need to know, I mean, for the participants, we need to know ourselves. So, starting from the chair, we have Dr. Avi Sofo from South Africa, University of Pretoria. And we also have Professor Gabriel. Forgive me because I don't know the surname. Would you like to tell us the surname? Yeah, Shrufa. So that's Professor. Professor Gabriel is a geographer, and he's happy to be part of the program to see how geography plays a role in terms of trying to look at the arts and visual cultures in that particular context. Good. We also have Philip. Philip is a very staunch, member of the Eva Lever House. Eva Lever House is a fantastic house in terms of, it's part of the University of Bayreuth. They do a lot of exhibitions. And let me say, Philip is a very hardworking man. He was all over anytime we visited, including the leadership of the German team. Thank you, Philip, for coming. And the next presenter, the next person to be introduced is Dr. Christian. Christian, the surname, please. Okay, wrong. It is not difficult. When I learn, I will know. So, Christian is also a teacher in a university in Munich. It's LMU, right? In Munich, yes. Thank you for coming. We also have our chair, the one who actually began the EVC program. He is in Ghana we say the Kofabai. Kofabai is the one who brought it. Who brought it. He is Professor Ernst Wagner. And we have another panel member of EVC in the name of Professor Patrick de Graaf Jansen. In fact, he has been leading the Ghana team. In terms of other members, we also have Dr. Alaji Joseph Esuma. I've added all the titles. And then our own Dr. Aqua, Ebenezer Aqua, is also here. Yeah. Let me add that Madame Salasi, that we met in Accra, due to certain circumstances, is not here at the moment, but we look forward to seeing him. He's also part of the EBC panel. We look forward to seeing her soon. We have Miss Gertrude Nkrumah, the historian. In fact, he's a doctor to be soon. Yes, he's a doctor to be soon. He's a PhD candidate in the University of Ghana, Legon. Yes. Yes. So, as and when the panelists troop in, we'll introduce them. But without wasting much time, we hit the ball running by inviting one of our own, Dr. Ebenezer Aqua, to begin with the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. And the gentleman who just left here is called Professor Osueni Kweku Essel. Yes, he's a member of the EVC team. So today we are going to look at developing competencies through art-related subjects or projects. So, in fact, let me just give us a teaser about how I arrived at this particular topic. We are focusing on sustainable development. Sustainable development. And in this part of the world, I observed that we have issues with regard to the disposal of trash and other related materials. And in order to ensure that we make good use of the environment, there's a need for us to make sure that all the trash that we see around, what can we do to make good use of them? That does not mean that we are expected to encourage the disposal of trash. No. I'm just figuring out, well, sometimes it becomes very difficult, challenging to get people to stick to discipline to try to ensure that they do what is right. Now, those bits and pieces of material that are left around, what can we do to make good use of them? So in a school situation, I said, okay, then there's a need to get students or practicing students involved to find out how best we can make good use of some of the trash that we see in the environment. So that is just a background to this particular presentation. So the title of today's presentation is Transformation of Plastic Materials or bottles, so to speak, and cardboard into bedside shells with pencil pen markers. So basically, you are going to see a practical-based project. It will roll out. You see a practical-based project. Now, on your screen, you see to your right garbage or trash. And this, for me, is an eyesore. It's not supposed to be so, but this is what the world or parts of the world is confronted with. So you are encountering this particular environmental menace, which is fine. It creates an image within your mind's eye. The power of images cannot be downplayed. So if you see it in this way, what can we do in a school situation to address it? I'm not saying that there's a need for people to go down there and take away everything that is in there. Before it gets down to the drains, what can you do to avoid that? What can you do to avoid or control it? So we decided to work on this particular project. I, together with one of my students. So these are some of the material that you are going to see in the project that I'm going to present very soon. We have cardboards, containers. Sometimes people dispose it off without knowing which way to turn, how to make good use of it. So we have cardboard, then we have empty containers, empty bottles, empty containers. They are also thrown away. To the top right-hand corner is a package of chocolate package that has been thrown away. And then down there, we also use Manila cardboards. So after using them, what do we do with them next? For instance, if there are offcuts of these cardboards, what can be used to make sure that they are functional? So these are some of the materials that we are going to see very soon. So as you read, in a school situation, learners have their expectations vis-a-vis instructors or teachers towards ensuring a sustainable environment. These are some of the tools and materials that we use in producing the project. We have a cutter, a glue gun, glue stick is within it. Then I said earlier on that we use the empty package of the chocolate. On the right of it is a pencil, and then we have sticks, wooden bars, and then the horizontal image you see down there is an extended version of a ruler or a rule for measuring. Okay. So the beginning, the container. In fact, I do not want us to assume that the way I have presented it, that is the sequential way the person is expected to present it. Because we make room for diversity of ideas. So you can't just say that, oh, this is a straitjacket way of producing this particular project, so I expect everybody to follow that particular routine. No, that is not my expectation. But this is just one of the ways of getting the project through. So you get a container and then the package. And then we cut the top part of the package, as you see on the screen, the left-hand side. And then the cardboard, you cut strips of it 1 inch in terms of the width, as you see on the screen. So on the yellow, the color is yellow. On the yellow Manila card, you measure 1 inch in width and then cut the fringe to that size. At one edge, the fringe, or which technically is referred to as the warp, which you are going to use, the warp, That's the horizontal strip, and then the vertical strip becomes the weft. Okay. So these are used in producing the work. Then these are the weft, as I mentioned earlier in the other strip. These are horizontal bars. So the vertical ones, which are strands, and then the horizontal ones, which will be used to interlace or to weave around the vertical strips. So here you have the warp strip laid on the carton. So the cardboard, you lay the warp, the long ones, which is the yellow color, you wrap around the top part and the bottom. In fact, you start from the bottom, the base. You start from the base. So the cardboard has been turned upside down, upside down. So we also have because it's very long, you need a very long warp. You have the extended versions of the warp, which are hanging on the side of the carton, as you see on your screen. And then on the right of the screen, you see how the box has been woven in terms of the interlacing of the warp and the weft yarns. So you weave it as seen on the screen. This is an example of what we call plain weave. Plain weave, not twirl, plain, okay. And then this is the top part. So the leftover of the top part, you trim it, and then you try to fold them within. You fold it in to make sure that you have a very good finish. Finishing is very important in project development, finishing. So if you do not finish the work well, it loses that important aesthetic value or aesthetic quality. So finishing is very important. So the top part of the warp have been folded in. And then this is how it looks like. But you observe that the inner part still reveals the color of the box, the inner part. So in order to avoid this, we decided to use a strip of fabric, loose fabric, to cover the inner part as lining material, to line the inner part. Because we ran out of the fabric, one of the boxes was covered with manila card, the inner part. The other part had the fabric. So here are the two boxes, and then the inner one with the fabric as the lining is what you see on the screen. Then after doing this, we did not want the box to lie flat on the floor. We decided to create stands, small stands. As we took off the bottle caps of the containers, we did not dispose them of. We used them as stands. And that's what you can see over here. 4 of them. We use glue gun. In fact, we use glue gun and white glue to do the fixing. The adhesive we use, glue gun and then the white glue. So here you have it. And then this is the chocolate package. The chocolate package was used to wrap around sticks, 4 sticks that were used as stands, or somebody would say piers, to hold the 2 boxes. So it's very, very delicate when you are using the white glue, because it is very, very hot. When it melts, if you don't take care, it will burn you, and you feel it. You feel it very well. In fact, it's part of the occupational hazard, but you have to be very, very careful when you are using the glue gun. So, as I've put here, note that due to the potential for severe burns, hot glue is extremely risky, but we use it all the time. We use it for work. Just that you must be very, very careful when you are applying the glue. Yes. So these are the sticks that have been wrapped around with the empty containers of the chocolate material. And then here you have, to the left-hand side of your screen, the starting point after making sure that we get the box. Like I said, one of them will run short of the fabric that we need to use for the lining of the inner part. So that one we used manila card. But the other one, we used the fabric, a dark fabric. That's why you see the color in that way. So somebody may ask, okay, the presenter says he's going to develop competencies through art projects. So in this particular project, one may ask, what are the competencies that are expected to be developed in the student as you go through this particular project? In fact, there are a whole lot of them. In the first place, you do not go solo in projects like this. You collaborate with other students to come with it. So you are developing collaborative competencies. That is one. And then you develop communication competencies. You communicate with one another. Then, critically, you decide to find out from the environment. You went to the environment to find out what can I do to make good use of these trash and off-cuts materials. So it comes with critical thinking and creativity, developing critical thinking, competency, and creativity. You cannot do away with that. So these are just some of them. And then you are also making sure that you become very sensitive to environmental issues, developing that particular competence, being sensitive to environmental issue. Somebody will say that, okay, then it falls under the domain of good citizenship. Yes, to be considered as a very good citizen, for me, you should be able to make good use of the environment and make sure that you go green. You go green, making sure that you do not pollute the environment, etc., etc. So these are some of the competencies that you develop, apart from the artistic competencies of manipulative skills, etc., etc. These are the key ones that I believe the student develops after going through this project. Hence, I tag developing competencies. Thank you very much for your audience.
So we go on with the next presentation, or we take some responses. Okay, then we call on Dr. Avisofo. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation to present to you. My selection this morning is called Thinking Beyond Images, and is based on the idea of John Dewey's idea of how we think. And very often, Dewey suggests that when we actually see an object, our minds actually travel to places within our mindset and narratives that remain as reflections, as memories, that extend what it is that we are looking at. And very often what we actually think about is something that doesn't really exist in that moment in time and is very separate from what we are actually looking at. So the idea of thinking beyond images allows us to then transcend that which we're actually looking at. And based on the idea of us considering sustainability, I decided to open the talk with a quote from Professor Wangari Maathai, who received the Nobel Prize in 2004, when she said, "Today we are faced with a challenge that calls for a shift in our thinking so that humanity stops threatening its life support system." I hope the geographers are listening. And this is a very, very important idea that she actually brings forward, because it's something that makes us think that there is more to life than just living, that there are responsibilities that we need to address, and we need to address this with urgency. So it is important to consider the reasons why we think, or why we are looking at sustainability as discourse within a global framework. Within the learning environment, one will nurture the advancement of learners' skills and competencies, as Aqua has mentioned, such as those also stated by CeRRCA Kagan and Volker Kirchberg in the publication Sustainability, A New Frontier for the Arts and Culture in 2008. And I borrow 8 of their ideas which I present to you. Not that I will expand on them, but to present to you what they thought was imperative in extending the idea of sustainability in teaching. And they felt that students or learners needed to have the competency of foresight, looking ahead, looking at interdisciplinary work, cosmopolitan perception, transcultural understanding, and cooperation, participatory skills, planning and implementation, empathy, passion and solidarity, self-motivation and in motivating others, and distance reflection on individual and cultural models. However, in my opinion, these are skills that are imperative globally. But these are symptoms of a disease that we are dealing with and does not necessarily address the reason for the disease. The disease, of course, is the idea of social justice. And the only way to combat the injustices against societies and nature that are created by the ravages of socioeconomic development is a way of considering notions of sustainability with urgency. We thus use sustainability as a strategy to safeguard future generations, and this is an important element that we need to look at. It becomes a strategy in how we forecast and develop our future. When considering sustainability, there are definitely 4 pillars that we look at: the human sustainability, social sustainability, economic, as well as environmental. In terms of human sustainability, as you can see, we need the idea of access to food, water, healthcare, education, justice, fair working conditions, development of skills, etc. In terms of social sustainability, we're looking at the support towards the creation and development of communities with thriving social relationships and increased economic opportunities, while at the same time respecting the environment. Economic sustainability, of course, the improvement of standards of living, but retaining a synergy to create prosperity without negatively impacting people, society, and the environment. Environmental sustainability aims at promoting human well-being and long-term sustainability by preserving the environment, most important, and more rational use of natural resources. So I introduced you to a project which Mate actually initiated in the 1970s, where she also introduced the Green Belt movement. And it is really how Africa has contributed to the idea of sustainability. And the idea of the Green Belt movement was to plant 1 billion trees. And this was in order to combat the idea of the ravages experienced in the rural areas, where there were water shortages because of the inconsistency and the imbalance in the relationship between the societies as well as nature, which meant that with the drying up of the rivers, there was soil erosion, which meant fertility of the land was at risk. There was a lack of water for irrigation as well as lack of water for consumption. Also the lack of firewood, amongst other resources. And this needed to be stayed quite urgently, and Mate actually introduced the whole idea of people planting trees. And people in those particular communities were actually asked to plant trees in order to bind the soil, to store water, etc., so that they could also rotate crops and thus start looking at sustainable ways in which to really live. My question is, looking at sustainability, how do we now impact this, or how has this impacted the visual arts? And I'm looking at cultural sustainability. And this is really quite a complex idea, as referenced by UNESCO, where it says, culture is a complex whole which includes knowledge, beliefs, arts, morals, laws, customs, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by a human as a member of society. But the question is, how do we learn and appreciate different cultures that exist in this world? And this includes indigenous knowledge, customs, and cultural experiences, cultural objects, and art making. And secondly, how do we appreciate notions of sustainability or recognize the need for sustainability inherent in art making? For example, in Africa, we find Africa is already undergoing rapid urbanization, resulting in more deforestation and polluted air and water bodies. With the growth of Africa's middle class, there will be a greater aspiration for convenience, including consuming disposable goods, resulting in greater pressure on the environment. This exhaustion on the land also demands basket weavers, as lifestyle demands pressure for more woven baskets for economic gain compared to functional uses only. And this results in over-harvesting of the palm leaves known here as mokola, or in Natal known as ilala. And this is required when we are weaving. So I bring attention to other elements within the visual arts to start recognizing sustainability within two particular categories, one material and the other immaterial. In terms of how we can look at sustainability within the material, we can look at buildings, heritage sites, cultural objects, and preservation. And these are important as these material things contribute to our identity and acknowledgement of place within the world. Whereas immaterial is much more difficult, because we look at language, knowledge, and traditional practices and how we transfer these from one generation to another. The question remains, how do we harvest these two types into discussions that clarify our position or response to ideas on sustainability? And I introduce you to an artwork, and I've selected, I think, 3 or 4 artworks minimal, just to introduce you to the idea that sustainability and the referencing of this within the arts is not something new. And we need to look at how we are rereading ideas of, say, prehistoric art. And this is a detail of a ceiling of paintings done by the San people in Drakensberg in South Africa. And here you would see elands, the type of very large buck, found specifically in Natal. And it was interesting when we visited the National Museum yesterday that the images that are painted on rock surfaces were that of crocodiles. So that immediately gives you some idea of the kind of differences of regions within which people lived. And this is information that is now being transferred. So there is no text that defines particular things. We are looking at the reading of visuals and how these visuals actually extend further into the communities that lived within this particular time, and how we collapse time to try and interpret that now during the ideas of rendering notions of sustainability. So here when we look at this particular image, the images are visual texts that are filled with information that require you to interpret what you see and allow your imagination and framed knowledge collection to rationalize the visual. The idea of documenting and archiving information has been available to us globally from as early as prehistoric times, and images that adorn wall surfaces are filled with paintings of animal types and human forms. We are also aware that paintings are also representation of human spiritual relationships and human non-human relationships. Just to reference that here, as you would see in terms of what I am talking about. Why would these be painted if not to preserve the narrative of these relationships? To safeguard both relationships between human and nature, as well as human and spiritual relationships. The value of respect for me is central in keeping this balance between and of these two particular relationships. Now, when we speak of our relationships with nature, we again find that the idea of referencing how to utilize waste, as Aqua has mentioned, talks about our relationships with our environment and how we have actually ravaged that with ideas of plastic. But the ideas of human spiritual relationships are also ideas of how we respond to ourselves as human beings, and how we respond to the narrative of the spiritual. And I draw your attention to a well-known painting called Leonardo da Vinci's The Last Supper. And when we actually look at this particular images, and I chose it specifically because it is so common. We all know this particular image. We all know that it is a representation of the disciples, and we know that it is of the central image that of Christ. And as texts, we have always referenced this as the ideas of the Renaissance and the wonderful way in which Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, etc., had painted during that particular time, the idea of the golden mead, etc., then we'll talk about it. But it is also a reflection on our relationships between the spiritual and the human. So when we look at this particular image, the period of the Renaissance is well documented, and so is the work of the artist Da Vinci and his works. He was not the only artist who painted particular images that reflect on a specific religion. Once again, the idea of sustaining the human-spiritual relationship. The question is why? What values does this relationship have that requires the continual visual depiction that familiarizes people with its representation? In my view, it has to do with the relationships between each other as humans, issues of greed, relationships between humans and the spiritual, and respect amongst other values that we hold important. We have to look beyond the physical representations to allow narratives that extend further, that you must believe in God. What I am promoting in this presentation is that sustainability is a new word that we use due to the situation that we actually find ourselves in as we failed to respond to preservation of what we had. And artists continue to draw attention and our plight as human beings. So I introduce you to another image, Fabrice Montero, and his prophecy series. This is called Untitled. This is a Senegalese-based photographer, Fabrice, who focuses on the idea of waste in his series, The Prophecy. The photograph, the first in the series, figures a giant jinn, a supernatural creature present in West Africa's spiritual cultures. Wearing a costume fashioned from rubbish or waste, it towers over a smoking rubbish pile as toxic fumes rise into the air. Montero began the series to educate West Africans about the dangers of pollution and the effects of plastic waste in particular, and issues that impact not only Africa, but the entire planet. The work is a collaborative piece with Senegalese stylist Dolce, who works with recycled materials, but more than anything else, this image is a message. The model is holding a child's doll. Looking out over the wreckage, it represents the future generations that we are condemning to environmental catastrophe through our overconsumption. And I quote Fabrice, where he says, I decided I wanted to shoot a series to raise awareness of environmental issues in Senegal in the hope that people would realize that things do not have to be this way. I wanted to connect environmental issues with the cultural interests of the population and started researching animism, the belief that objects in the natural world are imbued with spirits. With this series, I wanted to create a series of spirits sent by Mother Earth to warn humankind about its neglect and destruction of the environment. Each of the shots in the series addresses one environmental concern: coastal erosion, oil spills, sanitation, and the burning of the land for agriculture, for example. But this image, the first I shot for the series, was about plastic consumption, unquote. These are two particular images from one of our master students, Roselle Kreling, and she also uses the idea of waste, and she talks about the relationship that communities have already built within this entire toxic environment, where they've built houses and live on these particular landfills. These particular images are shown at the Documenta discussion that we had in Castle. Another artist whom you are well aware of is El Natsui, Ghanaian, and I chose this specifically as he reflects on your country in terms of looking at how recyclables can be used in a similar way that Aqua had talked about. This particular image is taken from the CeRRCA in South Africa, but he's also shown these particular works at the Venice Biennale and the Tate Modern Museum, and he is well known for his use of recycled wood chips as well as bottle caps and iron nails. And I introduce you to a South African fashion designer, Sindiso Khumalo, who was actually awarded the 2020 Green Fashion Awards, where she combines social impact and empowerment in her works, and she takes pride in using organic cotton and hemp in her textiles. This particular event, the Green Fashion Awards, is held annually and celebrates the commitment of fashion houses to sustainability and acknowledges both the handprint of fashion, that is the human capital that goes into the making of fashion, and the footprint of fashion, that is the natural capital and the environmental capital. And I close with two examples of her works, her examples, and these are images taken by Jonathan Cope. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ivy Sofo, for your wonderful presentation. I'm sure there are a lot of questions on our minds to engage you on, and we're going to do that during the Q&A section. At this juncture, we call on Dr. Gabriel Schofer to give us the presentation. Forgive me for mispronouncing the surname, right? Okay, so you're welcome.
So first of all, I would like to thank you very much for being a part of this wonderful group, for all the efforts you and the organizers made for us. I really learned a lot about culture during the last 2 or 3 days, and I realized that geography education and culture or art education is really close. My presentation will be very similar to yours, so maybe deep in your heart you are a geographer, or it seems so, or hopefully you all realize that geography education and art education can be very similar. So I would like to talk about promoting intercultural competence as part of education for sustainable development using images. I would like to first talk about what is ESD, Education for Sustainable Development, from the perspective of geography education, but mainly I would like to give you a short insight into a research project we did to foster intercultural competence. So there are a lot of different, or not so much different, definitions of ESD, of Education for Sustainable Development. However, they all have something in common. They all have in common that the goal is to enable to deal with global challenges. So that's the goal overall. And for that, the idea is to fostering competences, like we heard from both of you already. So from the geographical perspective, we are more focused. We also have these competencies in mind, but we are more focused on system thinking and change of perspectives, like intercultural learning. And I explain you why. So when you take a closer look at the characteristics of global challenges, and by global challenges I don't just mean climate change, or which certainly the first thing that usually comes to mind, but I'm also thinking of poverty, of inequality, of migration, of water pollution, conflicts, mobility, resource consumption, or also pandemics. All these challenges have an enormous factual complexity. This means that ecological, economic, social and political dimensions are very closely interconnected. In addition, there are often different scientific theories, at least in geography, I don't know, it's the same in art, but there are often different scientific theories and opinions. So the challenges are so complex that we often do not know how the system, the complete system. So it's considered difficult to decide which actions we should take, because it's so complex on a factual side. But the challenges, the global challenges, are also very complex on an ethical perspective. So in this context, good or bad, right or wrong is not easy to determine. Depending on values, on socialization, on intentions, different assessments and different action may be preferred. During the pandemic, for example, the lockdown was evaluated very differently. So even in our country, Germany, however, the basis for this evaluation is often not visible. You just evaluate, but usually you don't really think about why you assess or you evaluate or even you act. The consequences of this, we call it double complexity, the factual and the ethical complexity, is uncertainty. At least in the northern part of the world, it's a big issue regarding ESD, especially I know from Germany. We are trying to deal with this uncertainty, and we are trying to deal how to educate students to deal with uncertainty. I can imagine it's not such a big issue for this, maybe you're more experienced in uncertainty, but the global challenges, they change also the world in the western part of the Western countries. So in my further presentation, I would like to focus on the ethical complexity, how to foster the competencies we need to realize or to deal with ethical complexity. And as an important competence, so first, there's several steps to foster the intercultural competence. The first step is to think about perceptions. Perceptions are different, but you first have to realize that there are different perceptions, that not everybody thinks the same way and sees the same way you do. The next is to think about values, to understand why there are different perceptions. So you need to think about your own and other norms and values, which influences perception and judgment. And the last step, when you first thought about perceptions and when you added thinking about values, you're able to really change perspectives. So it's not only recognizing the situation of others and feeling empathy for them, that's the first step, but also reflecting critically on different points of view and changing one's worldview by including other values and norms into your thinking. So in order to foster these competencies, we did a research project together with colleagues from Tanzania. I just can give you a short insight of this project. The project has several steps. So for the first, we collected images. It's not like art images, we are geographers. So we just took photographs from the space, from cities, from parks, from looking around and taking pictures. And then we choose pictures together with our colleagues from Tanzania. And first we interviewed people from Tanzania. What do you see on that picture? how do you assess the picture? Then we came back and we did ask the same questions to German students, and we analyzed the interviews, and the next step we designed teaching material in order to foster intercultural competence, and we did it with it's called design-based research. So we tried the lesson in classes, and we conducted interviews, group discussions with students, interviews with teachers, and we also observed the lesson, and then we improved the lessons. So I would like to just show you two pictures first. I think we took 25 pictures. I can show you two. And I will show you the interviews first, and then I'll give you a short insight into the teaching program. So I think for most of you, this picture is quite common. I first show you the explanation from Tanzanian perspective. So you can see an unfinished building, which could be a store in terms of the structure, the two doors and the location. They also explain that house construction takes a long time, often many years, because it's built gradually whenever money is available. Therefore, it may happen that plants settle in that building. If one wants to build a house, one puts all money immediately into the buildings, and the price rises by the inflation almost daily. Saved money usually has to be shared with family members in need, so larger sums cannot be saved. And credits are not available. The entire sum cannot be borrowed from the bank due to lack of credibility. So that's what Tanzanian colleagues and people told us. So when you have a look at the interviews from Germany, you probably think we showed them another picture, but believe me, it was the same picture. So they saw a house, some saw a house which is not finished because of bad economic or poor condition. It is ugly. We didn't ask them to evaluate it, but they did, because the house will not be completed and therefore rather a waste of space. In Germany, on the other hand, there is more luxury. This is an old, ruinous stone building with plants inside, which can be described as shabby. The condition and decay of the building testify to the poverty of the people. So you also can see in these interviews the glasses through which the students watch when they think about African countries. It's a huge discussion in Germany. What images do you have from Africa? And I think these answers or these descriptions show what lies behind their minds. So I think this used to be a house, and I think it was damaged by bombs or something, and now it's broken. I feel sorry for the people who lived in before. The garbage should be removed so that the environment is not polluted, and something should be done about the wall. So I could show you a lot of other pictures from Tanzania, which are really described very differently. And we also choose pictures from Germany. And we also just let them describe from two different perspectives. And I'll show you this one with statements from Tanzania. Hopefully, I'm not sure if you could see. Okay, you can imagine it. It's a place to rest. You rest because you have worked before and now you're tired. However, the seats disturb the pedestrians. Moreover, those who sit there do not feel comfortable. It is uncomfortable to eat outside when there are many people around. In public places, people meet only to discuss business. In Tanzania, however, people would not sit outdoors for that. It is also not good to have so many people in one place because diseases can be transmitted. I have to mention it was before COVID when we conducted this. You would definitely need enough toilets. The tall buildings and people exchanging ideas indicate that it could be a university. Maybe it's a school because I see a blackboard on the left side of the picture. So the statements from Germany are different. It's a pedestrian zone. People come to shop, to spend free time and to meet each other. In recent years, outdoor seating has become very popular. People like to eat outside, even if it's getting cold in some places. Some stores complain that cars are not allowed to drive because they think that less will be bought then, but most people think it is good that cars are not allowed to drive there. So that's not a school or university or a blackboard, it's just for advertising the meals, what you see on the left side. So after we got that statement, we designed the teaching material, and I just want to give a short insight. We created, it's called Think, Pair, Share. So we started with the individual work, the think. The student got the picture, they selected one of the picture, and they started to describe and evaluate the situation which they saw in the picture. In the next step, they got together with other students in the group and they discussed their results, and they already realized that not everybody saw the same things on the picture. So they had a discussion of different judgments, and we started to consider values. Why? So we asked, why do you see different things? So they start to consider values, norms, practices behind the judgment. For the next step, they got the statements from the interviews in Tanzania, and with their perspectives, their evaluation of the pictures, and we started to discuss the underlying values, norms, and customs, socializations behind those judgments. They compared to their own perceptions, and together in the group we reflected on the findings and the comparison, and we tried to ask questions which made them think about the different perspectives. So we evaluated as I told before, it was a design-based research, and we also evaluated that teaching, and we stated that it was a kind of a key moment for a lot of students to get the perspectives from people from Tanzania, and to see they are mostly completely different. So it really was the first time for them to start to think about why is it different, and how can that happen, what is the reason for that, and are there any other situations where we perceive differently? Okay, so I hope I gave you a short insight, and I'm happy for questions later. Thank you very much.
At this juncture, we'll be inviting the presentation from the Kofabai, Ernst Wagner, to give us a presentation.
Thank you for inviting me. The topic of this seminar is the power of images in respect to sustainable development. I have some doubts, also some doubts about the promise the Dean expressed in the beginning, whether we can save the world only through art. So the question is, for me, is the power of images always only a positive power? What Avi showed us, examples of positive power. And I would like to change the side of the sheet and talk about perhaps problems that we can have when we talk about the power of images. We know about the negative power of images when we talk about, for instance, about manipulation. So we are manipulated through images, and this is not in a positive way, could be not considered as in a positive way. And that's why I have a subtitle, Images Representation of Nature. So nature is this topic which is related to the question of sustainability. And I'm only talking about European images. So, and how can we deal with this negative aspect or with this misleading aspect of concepts in respect to images? First of all, I have to talk about what is a misleading concept. And this is, my presentation is quite theoretical, sorry for that. But I will show you some examples. And I come from the educational, because we are in the context of education. And I'm coming from, first of all, talking about the concepts of education we are talking about in Germany. Like Gabriele mentioned, we are talking about competences. And this shift to this paradigm of competences took place in Germany in the early 2000s. So it started the discussion in about 2003. And the idea or the definition of competences we have in Germany is that we want to enable students to act in a specific situation, in an appropriate way. So this is the idea of competences. So it is the shift of paradigms from the input, which we were talking in the beginning of before this change, just talking about what want we to introduce to the students. We are now looking at what is the result of education, and are the students able to act, for instance, in respect to the environment, to deal with rubbish, and how can we transform them into something else. So the question is, and then we ask, which competencies are needed that a person acts in a specific situation in an adequate way? And if we differentiate competencies, then we talk about 3 levels. We talk about knowledge. You need to have knowledge to act appropriately. You have to have skills, and you have to have specific attitudes or values. And then after this shift in about 2000 to 2003, we did a mistake in Germany, from my point of view. And this mistake, I would say, is that we were mainly focusing on this question of skills. Which skills are needed to be educated? And in this case, I would like to change the perspective and no longer focus on the skills, but to focus on a combination which is a combination of knowledge and attitudes. And perhaps that's exactly what Gabi explained as culture. No, Abi, you had this quotation from UNESCO, culture. And I would address this in different ways. So you could say, this is all about culture, the combination of knowledge and attitudes. And I have some candidates, how you could name them. You could say it is about leading ideas that are related to values. So values is the question of attitudes, and the leading ideas, they are in your brain, they are in your cognition, it is related to knowledge. Or you can also talk about ideologies or paradigms or concepts and narratives. And still there is no distinction between misleading and positive or negative and positive concepts. In our case, we are talking, if we are talking about negative aspects, then we are talking about preconcepts. And I just would like to show you an example from a didactics book. It is a caricature, a teacher talking to his students about the origin of mankind. And what he is facing is a situation that each student has a totally different understanding because before the teacher starts to talk. So, and this is what we always are not aware of, because we always think about what do we want to teach. But we are not aware of the situations the students come from and their different concepts and their different understandings in respect to a specific topic. So we could, and some of these concepts are productive or positive, and some are counterproductive or negative. And if you are talking now about preconcepts, this means the negative concepts, then we have to give a definition. So the definition is that they are a combination of knowledge and attitudes, and they are wrong or counterproductive, but they are very powerful. And this is the important thing, and this is about the power of images we are talking here. And the base for wrong concepts is always that that they are based in everyday experience or in collective convictions. We all know, for instance, if we are talking about wars, that there are collective perceptions of how we understand a situation, and so this kind of collective convictions, they are often misleading us in the wrong direction. Now I would like to come to more concrete examples. And because with this classes on, I took a look at German curricula. And I just want to show you two examples. So this is a curriculum for art education for students in the age of 14 years old, and I'm just translating where the error was. So it is a description of competences. Students are able, so this is always this skill level, are able to use the means of linear perspective. Now we are talking about art, art education. Linear perspective or central perspective according to its principles or rules in order to represent their own experience of perception of reality. And if you are talking about this linear perspective, this is what is meant. And in the curriculum, there is also a kind of manual for art teachers, and in the manual, they show an example of how students could solve this problem. But if you look back at the history of images, then we can discover that the linear perspective was not always valid. It was invented, has shown up as the Leonardo da Vinci Last Supper. This is a very good example. Here's another example from the same time. The linear perspective was developed in a specific historical situation, and it worked nearly only 300 years, because modern art doesn't use anymore linear perspective, or most of the modern art. And we have to reflect on which patterns or which concepts are we referring to when we teach a linear perspective. And linear perspective is in the curriculum for German schools. And this is one of the very famous German artists, Albrecht Dürer, not as famous as Leonardo da Vinci, but in German as famous as. And Albrecht Dürer, he did this woodcut to demonstrate how the linear perspective could be applied to a situation where you don't have real angles and clear lines, but a very complex situation like a nude female body. And what you can discover here is a kind of what I would call a misconcept or preconcept because it is misleading us in a specific direction. If you read this image, you find a clear distinction between two sides of the image. On the one hand, on the left side, you see the nude body, the female body. On the right-hand side, you see the artist who tries, with a technical means, who tries to find the right lines. So, in the right side, and then the artist, he is not nude. He has clothes on, and these clothes are showing that he is coming from a specific time in a specific region. So he is dressed, and he is also armed with a dagger. Perhaps you can see it on the right-hand side. And he's watching closely, focused on the woman lying in front of him. On the other hand side, the woman naked, and thus somehow timeless, because she's not dressed in a specific way. So you cannot imagine, is she from where she is from and from what time she is. With closed eyes and dual spatial orientation. One orientation to the viewer, because she is turned somehow in a complicated way, and towards the draughtsman. And the woman is in her passivity, she's passive, and she has a powerful presence. She's very big in this image. And she's lying down as a kind of object for the person for the artist, who is drawing her. And the man, on the other hand side, is actively engaged. He's sitting, he's not lying, he's acting, he's an individual subject, if you look at the characteristics of his face. And he's drawing the object on paper. And if you compare these differences with the representation of nature, I'm talking about nature, representation of nature, it is quite like a stereotype. If you look at the window in the back of the woman, then there is free nature. You see free nature, trees outside, and a situation and buildings and so on. And on the male side, I call it now the male side, you have a civilized tree or a cultivated tree in a pot, somehow not anymore any natural situation. And in the background, there's only one line, which is the horizon. So to summarize, what I find in this image is that we have a clear division between what is a subject and what is the object. We have a clear dichotomy between human and nature. You were talking about this relation between human and non-human beings. And human is the sphere of human is about culture, so it is about production of art. And we have a specific construction of gender. And we have, what Gabi also talked about, is the question of right and wrong. So we have a clear distinction, if we look at linear perspective, what is right and wrong. Because this method of drawing a linear perspective allows you to say this line is right or this line is wrong. It gives you a clear criterion for only two things, right or wrong. So this was the first example from the curriculum, and I had a second error here, and here's again the translation. The students are able to compare the representation of space, we are talking about linear perspective, in artworks from Renaissance on the one hand and the Middle Ages on the other. They understand this development in respect to the changing concepts, notions of the world and mankind at that time. And if we look now at materials, for instance, textbooks we have in Germany, so this is just an example. which is related to this period of Renaissance. And if you open, so the left is the cover, and if you open the book, then you have these 2 pages showing the development of art through time. And if you look at this, then you can start to understand what is meant by the curriculum in comparing the concept of space. Because we have on the left-hand side, we have now in this book, it's not Leonardo da Vinci, but an Italian Botticelli painting with a linear perspective on the one hand side, and we have the Middle Ages representation. And it is the same situation presented. It is the angel coming to Mary, announcing her, you will be pregnant, you will give birth to Jesus. It is the same situation and a totally different concept of space. But I don't want to address now the question of space. I did it in the example before. But another aspect, which is, I think, now not related to art, but in this case to communication design. Because if you look at what we, when we open the book, what we can discover here is a kind of illustration of how history is understood. And if you look at this, so we have very little in the beginning, and it is like a growing tree which is turned for 90 degrees, okay? It is like a growing tree. And this idea of visualization is coming from, I think, nothing else than from this illustration or visualization of what we understand through in evolution. So the evolution of mankind is often illustrated through this image of a tree, and on the top is the human being, and it is always on the top. It is the crown of creation. So, and if you look at this concept, and we take now a look at how evolution is nowadays represented through visualization in the sciences. So this is the more modern way of how you can present evolution. And then you have the human being over here in the very end, very tiny, no longer on the top. And it has a much higher complexity. And Agabi was talking about complexities, and I think this is also a very important thing. And I'm always thinking about, can we illustrate the evolution or the development of arts in this way as well as the sciences do, and that's why we need the sciences like geography in our context to discuss these issues of how can we transform our knowledge into visualizations and in concepts. So just to come back again to this example, the second example is we have this kind of juxtaposition between Middle Ages and Renaissance. We have the question of it is done like a linear development, and the development is always considered as progress. So what comes after is always better than what comes before. And there is a goal of this development, which is the differentiation of modern art, and the evolution of art is that modern art is the crown, so contemporary art where we are in. And I think this is a second example of misleading concepts. Just a last example, sorry, I'm over time, right? Okay, thank you. I'm only talking about Germany, yeah? So, and our Germany experience. And the question is, how can we deal with Eurocentrism in our educational systems? And this is an example. We did a research in textbooks, in German textbooks, and we just asked, where do the artworks represented in these textbooks come from? And this is one of the very popular textbooks in Germany. It is Kunstbildatlas. And if we were just counting where do they come from, and we have European represented by 314 pieces, the two Americas together with 32 pieces, Asia with 18, Africa with 12, and Australia with 7. And I think here again you can clearly distinguish a clear misconcept when we deal with the complexity of our contemporary world. So this is not an adequate concept in how we can deal with our today's world. And if you look, for instance, at this is now a history book, a textbook. And if you look at history books, for instance, this is the cover of a history book, and the title of this history book is Early Discoverers. So there's a huge debate, is America discovered by the Europeans, or is it just colonized or something else? And this question of discovering, and again, I found this interesting because we again have the man dressed in contemporary customs and with weapons. And on the other hand, we have these representatives of the indigenous people there, naked, and we have the same juxtaposition like in the Dürer example I have shown. And it is even more clear when you compare these two images that is also represented in a German history book. And the title of this book is Vespucci Discovers America. This is Amerigo Vespucci. And this is the example for Gabi. It is all these images we have in Germany in our mind when we think about the situation in the world. Then we can also look, for instance, at maps. We were using the map below, and you can hardly see it, sorry. And this map, Europe is always in the center and in the middle, and on top. And this led, for instance, to an interesting approach by an Australian cartographer who said, we want to be in the center and then the top. So he developed the other map, and you could look at the history of maps where different parts of the world are put in the center and on top. So this question of hierarchies and these are also part of what we can call the power of images. Because if you see the world always through one lens, then it is no longer this multi-perspectivity Gabi was talking about. So the question is, how can we overcome in Germany these European preconcepts in teaching? And just to give an example is, because this is related to our cooperation with the colleagues from Winneba, is that we developed a manual for art teachers, which is called Global Perspectives in Art Education. And the content for this manual for German art teachers in German, published for German art teachers, the content was defined by our colleagues in Winneba. And this is a kind of shift. So we are no longer deciding in Germany what we want to teach about global art. Which topics do we teach? We ask our friends from Winneba to work together with us and to suggest what they want to have when we talk about global perspectives, because we cannot talk about global perspectives. We can only talk about European perspectives. And this leads to our stay now and our workshop now, is because we have also manuals for art education in Ghana, and the idea now is really to develop a kind of prototype for a joint Ghanaian-German textbook based on these experiences. And I'm more than happy that we have our colleagues with us, not only all of them. You see more German colleagues who couldn't travel at that time, and this was one of our video conferences together with our colleagues from Ghana. And I'm very, very grateful for this cooperation, because you help us so much to overcome these preconcepts that are misleading us in the wrong direction. Thank you very much.
Covered by Ernst Wagner for the thought-provoking presentation. And I have a lot of questions for you. We're going to share, you know. Yeah. I love it. At this juncture, we will continue with the presentation, and the next person to present will be talking to us on selecting powerful images to convey sustainable thinking in the context of arts education, approaches from a German perspective. Presented by Dr. Christian Romet.
So, first of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here. So, my name is Christian Römmelt, as you already heard, and I work at LMU Munich University in the field of art education. With our team here from Munich, we train art teachers from primary school to secondary school. In addition, we train art mediators for extracurricular activities and offer also a bachelor's degree with a focus on art and digital media education. I'm very glad that you talked about the misconcepts which lead us. So I'm going to give you an insight in our German selection process, and I want really to underline that it's a German knowledge production. It's only complete with your perspective from Ghana when we come together and mix the materials and combine them and find intersections. The topic that is in focus is the question of promoting sustainable thinking among secondary school students. That's our goal. In this presentation, I give you that insight in our selection process, and our leading questions were: what can art education contribute to promoting sustainable thinking in the classroom? Which images are particularly suitable for raising awareness of this topic? And especially, what criteria do we apply for image selection? So let's just jump in and start with an image from our selection from Germany. So, yeah, eerily beautiful and perhaps a little boring. That's what I thought when I first saw the oil painting here. It looks like a traditional European landscape painting from the 19th century, but surprise, it's contemporary art. It was created by a German artist called Swantje Günzel. At first glance, it seems as if it is important to the artist to show nature, here the sea, as a force that brings everything to life. One may be reminded of Spinoza, a Dutch philosopher who in the 17th century designed a model of the relationship between world, man, and divine creation. For Spinoza, God and nature are one and the root of all things. Man becomes a minor matter, only a variety of source. Swantje Günzel counters this ideal world of ideas with a highly relevant, real fact: man-made environmental destruction. It is subtle and only becomes apparent at second glance. Let's get closer to the painting. If you take that closer look, you will discover the many colorful plastic particles, and that's a little bit the link, what we already heard, that the artist has worked into the oil paint. They are all made from shredded surprise eggs. I'm going to show it to you. I don't know if you know that in Ghana. I think it's not an issue here. So these surprise eggs, these are a very successful product for of the candy manufacturer Ferrero, and is very appreciated by children. And these shredded surprise eggs come from a container that crashed in the North Sea during a storm. So we all know plastics in Germany and in Ghana as well are extremely practical. They make our lives more hygienic and also more colorful. And at the same time, they lead to major ecological problems. They are the cause of plastic pollution in the oceans and the extinction of species. Toxic fumes are produced when plastic waste is burned. If the plastic slowly decomposes, microplastics continue to increase in our environment. And that's perhaps the perspective or the link to geography also, to really understand the complexity, to have a system thinking. How does that work with the pollution? What are the consequences? How is it all linked together? So Svante Günzel draws attention to this dilemma in her works. Using the example of this work, we have selected some of the criteria that we agreed on in the selection process are already clear. So the first criteria: show global challenges in the field of sustainability from a local perspective. In the case of the German artist assemblage, the global theme of pollution of the seas is associated with a container ship wrecked in the North Sea. The second one: decide from a gender-aware perspective. That means making female artists visible without reproducing gender-specific stereotypes. So Svante is a female name. Keep an eye on the potential for interdisciplinary learning. For example, there are opportunities to connect to the natural sciences when it comes to the material plastic, and to geography when it comes to the pollution of the world's oceans with microplastics. In her work, Svante Günzel draws attention to one of the ecological problems. However, there are far more challenges to which we must find answers in terms of sustainable thinking. Climate crisis caused by high carbon dioxide emissions, development of sustainable energy resources, recycling, and that's the link to you, Ebenezer, instead of resource exploitation, and many more. So what does it mean to think sustainably? Sustainable thinking, as we understand it in our German group, aims to preserve the natural basis of life for future generations. Combined with sustainable action, it is able to find solutions for the future. Especially in the field of applied arts, such as architecture, design, or also fashion, people have already developed sustainable approaches. Let's take a look at two examples of our image selection from Germany. The first example shows the Ulm stool. It's our stool. As early as 1954 already, Max Bill, Hans Gugelet und Paul Hildinger, designers from Germany at Ulm School of Design, were pursuing the goal of designing an inexpensive wooden stool for the school from as little material as possible. The stool, with its 3 boards and a round rod, can be used in many ways. Or, the second example, the light artist Olafur Eliasson, he is concerned with sustainable electricity for all people from renewable sources through his versatile solar lamp Little Sun. So these two examples refer to further criteria of our image selection. Address the broadest range of visual culture: handicraft, product design, architecture, communication design, fashion, food, political campaigns, including artworks. The respective relevance for the communities, the Ghanaian and the German in the case of this textbook, is the important criterion, not the question of belonging to a specific genre. And what is also important to us, to show objects which are spanning a certain historical period, including contemporary objects. In the school context, for sure, it is also important to consider whether the selected images can be connected to the respective curricula in Ghana and in Germany. While the German and Ghanaian teams selected the images independently, we agreed with a team from Ghana on the presented selection criteria already in that joint Zoom meeting in December 2022. So, our selection process from the German side was very open and maybe a bit too open sometimes, and started with each team member choosing 5 visual objects, which were discussed in a first step. It was really interesting that almost all team members chose the same picture. It is obviously part of our German visual memory when it comes to sustainability. This is an artwork by the German artist Joseph Beuys. And it's very close to what you presented, planting the trees. I don't know, it was in... Yeah. With his motto, every person is an artist, he brought art into the middle of society. His social sculpture, 7,000 oaks, city forestation instead of city administration, he developed for the Documenta 7 a huge art show in Kassel in 1982, is an example of his idea of an ecological city worth living in. At that time, trees tended to be cut down in cities in order to be able to widen roads for car traffic in Germany. The artist did exactly the opposite. Little by little, 17,000 trees were planted in different places in the city of Kassel, and a basalt stone was placed next to each tree to make it clear. This tree is part of the social sculpture. On the one hand, the work is social, because everyone could participate, whether by planting a tree, or by caring for the trees, or thus keeping the work of art alive until today, or simply by making a donation for the project. On the other hand, Joseph Beuys was concerned with sensitizing people to questions of environmental protection, which was really not a matter of course in the 1980s. Joseph Beuys' work was controversially discussed in this time. Audience reaction ranged from insults really of the artist, from statements like a little bit crazy, to appreciation of the planting action. In order to develop order structures from the clustering now of the image material, we arranged our visual objects on a digital work surface. We used a Miro board for this. We pushed around, trying to find connections and organized. The result was a structure that was based on the functions of the visual objects, a suggestion from our colleague Christiane Schmidt-Maywald, who works as an art historian at the University of Augsburg. The illustration, maybe you can't see it because of the resolution, but it shows our Miro board on which we worked. It looks really a little bit chaotic, and it was really difficult to find structures at first. When we finally found the structure for ourselves, we developed suggestions for didactic materials for the planned art schoolbook in tandems. In Ghana, the work process took place parallel to ours. It would be interesting to find out how it went for the Ghana team, if there were almost the same difficulties or there were differences then. In February, we changed the materials, and now it's time to work together. That's where we are right now. So let's take a look at the structure that we found in our image material. So the first topic or function of art is what we called change the world with art, or about the possibilities of art to rethink the future, to try it out and to negotiate it socially. Here we classify the artistic works of Joseph Beuys and Olafur Eliasson. The second function Watch it, we are responsible. Art gives a face to environmental destruction and its causes and appeals to us emotionally. The works of Svante Gunzel, I showed you at the beginning, are part of this. Then, it's the link to Ernst Wagner's presentation, Perspectives on Nature. Research and immersions, this is where it gets historical. Using a work by Sibylle Merian, for example, from the 17th century, natural scientists and artists, we try to show that investigative immersion in nature can generate appreciation. Yeah, and now I come to the point who links to Ernst Wagner's presentation. Images as resonance chambers of world models. Also misleading world models we constructed in Europe. Art is a means to understand how theories, ideologies, religions transform the view of nature into a worldview. Using the example of pictures by the artist Caspar David Friedrich from the 19th century, we would like to show how the Romantic era saw nature as a place of longing for the mysterious and the beautiful. The next topic. Visual cultures as powerful tools to change popular mass impact perceptions. At this point, we have selected a photo among other things. The picture was taken on December 7, 1972, during the last manned flight to the moon, the Apollo 17 mission.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for the invitation for this workshop, and thanks a lot for the possibility to present some ideas about sustainability and education. That was what I was chosen for this lecture, or for this input, because I think Winnipeg is the place where education has well, it's the topic of this place, and it's indeed the topic that brought us together. And brought us together as well in Bayreuth, and I'm glad to present you the homepage of the institute I'm working for. It's part of the Ivar Leverhaus, it's part of the University of Bayreuth. It's called the Bayerische Forschungs- und Informationsstelle inklusive Hochschulen und Kultureinrichtungen. Und that's a very long title, excuse me. I always have to read it to remember it as well. Well, this lecture will be simple and core. It's about equal access to education for all, which is part of the goals of this Sustainability Development Goal number 4, quality education. And well, what I am concerned about, or what my interest in Ivar Leverhaus and in BIFINC is especially on accessibility, and so on the mediation of contents for, well, all people as well as the impaired visitors. So let's see. Yeah, so my lecture is about, or the idea was to talk about quality education, plain and tactile, and as a kind of well, working kit or starter kit we developed on the Ivar Leverhaus, which is not just a university, it is a museum as well, and we do present artworks there. We developed a kind of well, method consisting of several components which are referred to plain language, sign language, audio files, and tactile copies. And let's start, well, that's what we already had, so sorry. Again, with the idea of museums at educational as an educational institution. So in Ivar Leverhaus, it's both its university or an educational institution and a museum. And of course, the museum is an educational institution as well. And so in the research or in preparation for this input, I was also looking for some ideas of Ghanaian researchers on the idea how museums or how education should work in this museum context. And for example, Kunta Dominique de Kumwine describes the possibilities of museums as places of social inclusion. In order to maintain the social harmony of a society, museums must also address their offerings to minorities. And yesterday we've been to the National Museum in Accra, and we were welcomed there by a video, for example, a sign language video. And well, and one of those ideas we met there was the idea of unity. And am I right to, I'm not sure, so maybe we can discuss it later as well in the Q&A. Am I right if this unity is also, well, somehow focused on the idea of Biakoye, a special idea of a unity as a social, well, a social integration as well? So just a question from my side to you. So there's a quite new definition also, or new publication about Ghana's museums, and their so by Dr. Dixon Adam, who sees the future of those Ghanaian museums in the social integration of different social groups as well. And so maybe I think we those ideas about quality education or social education as well grow in Ghana as well as in Bayreuth or Bavaria. One example I brought with me was have with me is the Firebringer by Diane Victor. And unfortunately, well, I prepared a photograph as well, but it's not part of that presentation. So I have, it's an artwork by an artist we met also in Kassel when we stayed there with EBC last year, and Diane Victor was with us. It's a colleague of Avi, and she was also present in Bayreuth some years ago, and she left, as some artists do there, as artists in residence, an artwork in the entrance hall of the, so on a very prominent place where you open the door and there's just her candle smoke So these, yeah. So hopefully, luckily, there's this is working. So there's another artwork by UEW collection. It's a huge collection, and there's also an artwork by a Nigerian artist, Augustine Okoye, who called himself Middle Art. And as you can see on this video, maybe in the background, it's an oil painting on wood and shows a politician, a local politician of Nigeria in the 60s. And another column of our approach of inclusive information is to deliver sign language information. And as I know, in Ghana you have not just one sign language, there are several sign languages. So as far as I'm informed, there's Adam Orobic as well as Ghanaian sign language as English sign language. And different local sign languages as well. So we just in Bayreuth we just have to face German sign language, but it is the local community of the deaf community we are working with. So I hope this will work. Maybe. So the video, if it's not showing up, you could research it as well. So those videos are prepared with members of the local community, and Thomas Zeidler, who is interpreting here, is a good friend, and he's the chair of the local community of the deaf in Bayreuth. So the exchange with the local communities, whether it's the deaf community or whether the blind and visual impaired, where we have a group of art enthusiasts who are regularly visiting the museum, and we are in a very deep exchange with. So this is very, very important and basic to our work. Those who stayed in Bayreuth last year, there is also the photograph missing, but they remember that in Bayreuth, in the backyard, there is a big mural painting by an artist from Ivory Coast, Uruguay. And this mural painting is also a part of our mediation, inclusive mediation, and Uruguay. For example, it is an audio file which is interpreting not just in German but also in French and English. So that the information is available in several languages, and for the blind and visual impaired, audio files are a very helpful source, so that maybe you know that Braille is the written form which is available to tactile reception, but Braille needs a lot of time to be written. If it's new information, then you have to have an atmosphere where you can concentrate on the text, and so of course audio files deliver quite a much easier way to get into the text or into the information about an artwork. And last not least, it's plain language. And this text about, unfortunately, there's no photograph as well, so somehow that didn't work, but excuse me, you will find it on the BIFINC homepage if you are looking for it. There is an artwork by a Kenyan artist as well in Bayreuth. Those who were visiting Bayreuth will remember it. It's Sam Hopkins' Dead Insects in My Parents' Pool. And it's an installation on the second floor there. All the visitors coming to the offices, they are just well, confronted with this object. And, well, for this, for the preparation of these texts, plain language offer a very powerful instrument as well, not just for, well, for easy reading, but also to share the information, for example, with the interpreters of sign language, or to offer the text for translation into other languages. So this is those are the several approaches for inclusive information mediation, and I think well, as it is, as I know, in preparation for this lecture, that in Winneba there's also a lot of research about those topics. So maybe there will be the possibility for exchange, and I'm looking forward for your questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Philip, for your presentation. That was lovely. At this juncture, we invite questions, contributions, opinion from the wealth of presentation that we have listened this morning. I'm going to start with the questions. Oh, okay, I've seen a hand. The chair of Arts Education in the Ministry of Education, Winneba. Dr. Kodo, your question, please.
He started by drawing our attention to campus, a very large, this is very in environments. And he sought to draw attention to the use of material that would kind of
question of assemblage and construction. With regard to trash materials that are found materials, you can use them in assemblage and construction. The point I'm trying to make here is that what you saw in terms of the project that I presented can solely be done using waste materials. The only, should I say, maybe, come again? Yes, so it could have been discarded cardboard for you to see maybe inscriptions on it and other things that are lying somewhere which has been used to produce or line the work so that it carries the actual name of waste material. Yes, I think that's the case you are making. So you have a point there. But I'm also saying that in as much as that case is made clear by you, it is not an entirely materials that are not waste materials. Some of them are waste material. So it's clear now. Okay.
More questions. I would like to make an attempt in addressing some of the questions that Christian posed in his presentation about what kind of, if you like, criteria do we use in selecting the images? And then what is the nature of our textbooks? Right? The last time I checked, in terms of our textbooks, it was written in 1992 by Amenuke Ital, 5 others. Amenuke, the lead author, is 5 others. And that is general knowledge in art. And so that book has been used for some time now. And as I speak, there has been lots of reviews in terms of laws that kind of regulate who is responsible for textbook production. At first, textbook production was solely in the hands of government. As I speak, if you look at the Education Regulatory Bodies Act that has been enacted in 2020, it is NACA, National Council for Curriculum Assessment. Yeah, National Council for Curriculum and Assessment. We call it for short NACA. They are in charge. And they don't even write, according to the act, they don't even write the book. They open it, so you write, and then they have their assessment criteria. So if you qualify, or if the book passes through that assessment criteria, then it is approved for use by the schools so that it can be sold on the open market. And there are also laws saying that in terms of publicity, it should be done by Ghanaian publishing houses. That is kind of being protectionist in order to, make sure that it is not produced outside as we see in other contexts. So that is one aspect. Now the second aspect in terms of what criteria we use in selecting the images that we use. Ghana is going through review of its curriculum, and many stakeholders have been engaged in that process. The recent one that happened was the senior high school curriculum, which I happen to be part. And so what I am going to say is what I saw, what I experienced. It has used what we called competency-based curriculum. In fact, the curriculum that we're running was objective-based. We look at, by the end of the lesson, students should be able to achieve this, should be able to achieve that. So they are moving from objective-based to what we called subject-based. Now, if I say subject-based, it's more or less likened to project-based. And in this subject-based, we are looking at the standards. So basically, they call it standard-based curriculum. And this standards-based, they have set 5 major criteria, which are the standards. If you compare the objective-based with the standards-based, at first they look at, okay, by the end of the lesson, the student should be able to draw this. And so if the student drew this, what criteria are you going to use to assess? So, and if you are looking at standards, perhaps you are looking at how sharp the marks are. in terms of very sharp, mouth or very nibble mark, then you are using the standards. And so it means by using the standard, you'll be able to know that the child has been able to do something, so that no child is a failure in that context. If you say the child should be able to model a figure, a human figure, and he's able to model the human figure, we know that children they come with different abilities in terms of their competencies they have. So somebody will be able to model to a near realism, right? Somebody will be hyper-realism, and somebody will be nearing. So when you use the standards, the idea is that you'll be able to identify, if you like, the weakness of the student for remedial purposes, so that you can make a change. That is the idea. So 6 major competencies, and one is cultural identity and global citizenship. 2, digital literacy. And then 3, communication and collaboration. And then the others are, this cultural sustainability, they are all embedded. The others are creativity and innovation. Very key. So in terms of creativity, we have also developed landmarks for it, so that in terms of creativity, we have grades. So all these competencies influence our selection and the lessons that we develop in the drafting stage of the materials that we shared with you. That is what I'll say here. And I know, my colleagues here and students here have a lot to share in that regard. So please, your responses and suggestions, additions are welcome. Professor Digaps, any addition to? Okay. Yeah, so in terms of, Christian, have you been able to deal with your questions?
Yes. I think what's important for us are the links to your review book to understand what we have to promote or what competencies we have to master.
Okay. I have some personal questions based on the presentations. As you give us statistics of the number of times Africa has been represented in the textbooks. Then you showed us image. That is, the cover of the image. That is showing clear, power politics. In terms of somebody being represented in, a particular fashion, contemporary, and somebody represented in whatever. And if you see the physique, it will tell you that they are people of Africa. That's no doubt. How does all this contribute to shaping global citizenship in the training of the German students?
Sorry for not being so encompassing with all different aspects that could be related to the examples. I couldn't go into the depth of these examples due to time restraints. But of course, I totally agree with you. So all these artworks could be explored more in different directions and used for different purposes. I was only focusing mainly on the question in the first 2 examples, on the question of nature, gender, and how this is related to preconcepts. And then the second example, I tried to relate it to the question of history and development of understanding, and because I think this understanding of development in history is also a kind of misconcept or preconcept. And the third one was about global citizenship education, but I only could touch it very little. So I think we have to continue our work in order really to go into the depth of the different examples. Was this an answer?
But moving forward, how do we deal with cultural stereotypes in this contest, in this endeavor of trying to come up with a textbook? How do we deal with cultural stereotypes? This question is to all of us. Therefore. How do we deal with it in the textbook?
Can I ask one question there? What is your German cultural stereotype? Do you have one, or is it... That would be my question.
Like, what is my German cultural stereotypes? Well, I'm not going to say specifically German, but this is general. One of the challenges we're dealing with in Africa, in terms of our contact with foreigners who are not necessarily Africans, who are not Africans, is systemic racism. And that is the huge stereotypes. Many a time we see our colleagues playing overseas, and sometimes people give them names on the basis of their skin color and others. And as a decolonial agent, that's why I'm asking, how do we deal with cultural stereotypes in this? There are certain, I was telling Gabriel, there are certain instances where we will be at the airport, sit in the airplane, you sit down, and the other sitting by you, because you are black, he will not sit by you. These are something that is so present, that is hitting us. Sometimes just waiting at the airport, sitting, relaxing. Maybe, the person is already seated. That person is already seated. Go and sit by there, because that's where the space is. Immediately you sit down, within a minute, he will, as if he's doing something on his phone, and then he will get up. And it's so clear. It speaks to us. I have experienced it a couple of times. Patrick has experienced it a couple of times. If you would like to share, Patrick would like to share with us, so that we throw more light on this stereotype, and then we see how we can address this in trying to come up with a book. So, Professor Patrick, you are invited to share your view on this. I'm forcing him to talk,
Well, I don't think I'm exactly going to share that experience, but I'm going to attempt to answer the question of how we can solve that. And my simple answer is, an example of how we can solve it is EVC, the very reason that has brought us here today. And everything we are talking about is geared towards seeking a solution to some of these, differences in culture, which sometimes, over the years, came up as a result of, in most of the times, ignorance in the difference between us. There was a question on how we selected our images, and one thing we have to understand, and which we accept actually, is that personally, until I started the EVC project and other projects that I've been connected with through EVC, learning with images or learning through images was not something very clear and distinct to me. It wasn't something that was exactly in our learning system. It wasn't in our curriculum. In Ghana, since I started my education, we learn about our art. So in our textbooks, we read about our artworks that have been produced over the years, African artworks, Ghanaian artworks, sculpture, paintings. We learn about them. Then at certain stages, we learn with them when we try to look at them and create and other things. But learning through them has not exactly been very clear and distinct in our system. Unfortunately, many ideas have come up in the new curriculum that has been designed for our senior high schools. And these are some of the things we are trying to bring forward. If you listen to the presentations by Ernst and most other presentations that we listen to, you see how they systematically learn through their images. And so until now, where they are also trying to bring some changes in the way they linearly learn through their art history. They learn through their art, the history of their art, something we were not actually doing. And that is why this project is very, very important, and it's something that we really have to project, because personally, I've even seen so much in our own images I didn't know before until we started this EVC project. It's always interesting when you put up an image. You try to give a simple interpretation of the image according to how you understand it culturally. And then you see our German colleagues coming up with further insights about the images, things that they see in the image. Sometimes it's so beautiful. And for me, this is one of the ways through which some of the issues Professor Suani raised could be addressed. And so my simple answer, yes, still some of these stereotypical actions exist among us, but then I believe with efforts such as EVC, we should be able to get rid of them. Thank you very much.
Please, any other questions, contributions, suggestions, opinions? Gertrude, do you have something to tell us? This question is to us. The ABC chair is here. It's looking at me. Okay.
I think it's a very difficult thing when you are confronted by truth in any situation, whether it is images on rape or off rape, or whether it is brutality in the nature of slavery, whether it is brutality in the sense of subservience, of patriarchy. All of these matters are issues which we are dealing with globally, but more specifically in Africa, because it is very much part and parcel of tradition, patriarchal nature of man. And when you confront these particular matters, it is a very hurtful experience, personally. And because of that hurtfulness, one realizes how much it has touched you. And sometimes, it may not be immediately that persons are affected by your own experiences. For example, slavery is your own personal experiences. And if you bring a person from Europe there, that particular person would not immediately see the pain that was inflicted, because that particular image becomes an object or objectified. It is separate from their world of experiences. It is only some particular individuals who would feel that, we did wrong. And then start understanding your narrative of experience and reflecting on then the relationships between Europe and Africa. But don't expect things to change immediately. But there are individuals who are making a concerted effort to try and understand both sides. And it always takes two hands to pray. It's only then that you get a sound. Us shouting all the time on
something, how do we approach that people who feel the pain, and for that matter will be asked. At that distance, what should we do to assist them?
Well, it's difficult to answer you directly, I think, because persons who understand that kind of pain, for example, rape, it is such a difficult, traumatic thing, and you would need counseling. So, in terms of images that are presented to a public or are in the public domain, there has to be indications that are so-called references to age, that you have to be a certain age to understand all of this, or that you can take your own risk. I am well aware of our experiences. At our institution, there was a student who had a very traumatic experience and felt that she could see this particular exhibition of another master student's exhibition on her trauma and human experience of being raped, and wondered whether or not she was complicit in this rape. And the student who visited this exhibition, who I didn't know that she had experienced, had witnessed this exhibition and then didn't come to class for the next few days. And I had to ask her, where are you? You're missing out. And then she conceded that this is what had happened. She didn't realize that she still was not ready to confront that particular exhibition because of her own experience. And it's only because of counseling that one can try and assist. So it's a very difficult question you ask, but a very real one. And it's important for us as creative individuals to come up with ways to do two things. One, put forward what it is that we are dealing with, which are traumatic, difficult matters, as well as other nice, pretty things. But also find creative ways in which how we can safeguard ourselves, because we have also been, as we talked about slavery, being raped in a metaphorical way, not a physical way. So we need to find these kinds of curtains to address these matters. In as much as we want to be verbal with our visual material, we must also be verbal in how we protect ourselves and without being censored in a way or not putting things up at all. And be creative, we can do that. I hope that helps.
Any other response, if any? Okay. Gertrude?
So I think the students of history, so it's very much interesting. So yesterday, the thing about slavery, for example, is one of the things that we should history. We have history. I think in almost every society, there's an aspect of their history, either represented through images that people may not be so comfortable talking about. And so some try to solve this by maybe trying to be selective and easier. Way of being selective in their memories, remembering what is comfortable to share and is not comfortable to share. And I agree with you that it's a difficult question to answer straight away. It's complex. How do you deal with this? It needs a gradual reconciliation, to reconcile people, trying to reconcile their present and how they understand also the past, which is something that I try to do in my presentation, and that has been maybe when it's up in the still
Okay. Thank you so much for the responses and your questions. At this juncture, we'll go for a commercial break. And when we return, we come your way with the news. BBC News Part 2. Actually, we're going for a break, and by 1:20, we'll be back to start the second segment. And this address is personally to my colleague, faculty, and our PhD students and master students. It is really important to partake in this particular exercises, in terms of academic discourse, in postgraduate education. This is it, it's massaging of the mind, interacting, doing a lot of presentation and listening to others, asking a lot of pressing questions. This is a very interesting way of building your endeavor in terms of your academic pursuit. It is not everything you get in the classroom. And so I will indulge on you to surface and invite your colleagues to join in the second segment. Thank you so much for coming. At 1:20 exactly, we're going to meet here again. We yet to begin the second segment of the program. And without wasting my time, I invite the next presenter in the person of Professor Patrick de Graaf-Jansen.
Good afternoon. My presentation is on the topic, knowing and loving your other neighbors as thyself. Student creative efforts towards sustainability. It sounds a little bit sensational, but it's just a simple presentation where I'm trying to bring forward some of the efforts students in this university are making towards using their artworks to promote the idea or the issue of sustainability. Until recently, the issue of sustainability was not very popular in our part of the world. I remember some few years back, after attending UNESCO conference on sustainable development in Wuppertal. In my class, I tried to quiz my students on what they knew about the Sustainable Development Goals. And the outcome, the results was not encouraging at all. Many people didn't even know about it at all, scholars, I mean students. And those who knew something about it hardly had anything to say about them. And so that prompted me to even think through the possibility of redesigning the UNESCO, Sustainable Development Goal poster, using symbols that we could culturally associate with. Maybe with time you know about that one too. And so it's been a while, and today, fortunately, the issue of sustainability is known. I mean, it's been talked about in class, and students have enough knowledge about it, especially when our governments and other people responsible for ensuring a sustainable environment try to talk about responsible use and management of resources, both natural and human-made, in ways that meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. And it continues to attract a lot of attention from different quarters, politically, religiously, and so many other discourses we hear about them. But then in spite of all this, we still seem not to act the way we are supposed to. It looks like, just like we treat any other thing that we study about, we disassociate ourselves from what we learn, what we hear, and then from what we do, we see differences between them. And in spite of this evidence of, all this, we sort of see some kind of disconnection between humans and nature. And so when we are throwing away a debt or a waste, for example, we hardly think that it has anything to do with something. We don't connect ourselves exactly to the other things around us, And so we still see activities that give us some of these heinous pictures. I think almost everybody here knows how activities of Galamsey has affected our water bodies. This is actually a river, a very important river, part of River Pra. And this is how the color looks. This is not the Red Sea. It's water that has been contaminated by human activities. And so if you look at the other picture on the right, you can see that the activity going on. And then we can also see down there how people's activities affect our vegetation, indiscriminate felling of trees, and all other things. Now over here we can see the results of humans blocking waterways and putting up buildings in Accra. And so every year there is flood in Accra. And almost every flood that happens in Accra is as a result of human activities. In fact, we can't call them natural disasters anymore. Our flooding and other things are not human disasters. They are inhuman disasters. And so by this, we say that in spite of this evidence of seeming human disconnection from nature abound in Ghanaian communities through numerous activities that lead to various forms of environmental degradation. Observing from the point of the rise in careless exploitation of natural resources, as we can see in these pictures, indiscriminate disposal of waste, overconsumption. We go to the Galamsey areas and it's a clear picture of overconsumption. We see people digging for gold in their rooms. People convert their living rooms because they don't want the authority to catch up with them. They want to dig Galamsey in their rooms. They will lock their doors and dig deep into the earth. One may not be far from right, assuming that the numerous environmental protection policies developed over the years by governments and other concerned groups do not adequately address the role of the individual in the environmental protection agenda. It looks like people, we don't target people, we target systems. So what we say is don't do this, don't do that. These people are responsible for ensuring that this happens, this never happens, and so on. But we hardly hear people saying, you don't do this. Somebody saying, I'm not supposed to do this and I'm not supposed to do that. So we discuss our neighbors without paying attention to other important elements such as trees, rivers, the soil, the air, which indeed make our neighborhood complete. So anytime we talk about neighbors, we only know about, hey, how are you? Hi, the people around us. And this is the point where I believe that those who are Christians, those who read the Bible, the command to love thy neighbor as thyself also affects our other neighbors, which are trees, plants, water bodies, animals, and all the others, because together we make the neighborhood. And so in recent years, there have been growing concern of recognition of the role that the arts can play in promoting sustainability and addressing environmental challenges. And so we want to look at how this is happening. And the arts, it is possible for the arts to do this because as a human expression, arts encourages encompasses a wide range of disciplines that have the power to inspire, educate, and create change. This indeed supports the assumption that the arts and sustainability are actually closely intertwined, because the entire creation is it's an art piece, it's an artwork, it's one whole artwork. And as a tool for sustainability, therefore, art raises awareness about environmental issues and promotes sustainable behaviors. Artists can use their work to address topics such as climate change, pollution, and deforestation, and to encourage people to act to protect the important life-giving elements on the planet. I think artists have been doing this over the years through many means. Therefore, as discussions on environmental sustainability advances to various levels, so does planet and associated environmental concerns. No wonder, therefore, that contemporary art has joined the debate through the recycled art making. So in recent times, we see contemporary artists trying to create art with recycled materials. There are a whole lot of debates about contemporary art. In my department, in my faculty, there are such debates are going on. Whether it's political or whether it's simply motivated by Marcel Duchamp, who brought that radical iconalistic ideas in art creation. Whatever it is, we see contemporary artists coming up with a lot of creative activities that express various means of taking care of the environment. And typical examples are seen in the works like that of those of El Anachi, Ibrahim Mahama, and others. I want to show some few of some such works. This is El Anachi's Yaobeko, and it's made of aluminum, liquor bottles, and copper wires. So as people just open their beer and throw them away, and people discarding cables and other things, El Anachi put them together and create things of this nature. This is a wall hanging, beautifully coming out of these materials. We know of Ibrahim Mahama, who started his work using this kind of tarpaulin and jute sacks, bind them together to cover huge edifices. And this is just a sample of what he does. There are other artists like Derek Goris. These are pieces of paper, waste papers, that have been used to create an artwork of this nature. And this is a couple, Noble and Sue Webster. They assemble with waste materials. They put the materials together in such a way that when the shadow is cast on the wall, you see realistic figures. And it's beautiful, you know, coming up with works like this through waste materials. In a way, saying that they are waste materials, but they can be beautiful as well. And then we have this work by Guerre de la Paz. These are waste used clothes, and they are used to produce these wonderful works. Now, I found this work very, very interesting by Nick Gentry. He uses floppy disks. I don't know how many of you know what floppy disk is. Okay, some few, apart from this of us. Yeah. And he called them ancestors of the USB drive. It came before the USB drive. That was what came before the USB drive. And he puts them together in these patches to form images. Otherwise, these are discarded. When you go to some dump sites in Accra, they burn them. And the smoke and other things, you know, go directly into the environment. And these are made of plastic sculptures. These are plastic sculptures made of recycled plastic bags. These are lorry tires, used lorry tires that are recreated, by these artists. And these come from scraps and other such waste materials. And so we see how these contemporary artists or conceptual artists are coming up with so many means of creating artworks out of waste materials, things that would have otherwise harmed the environment or be harmful to the environment. So we now look at sustainability-motivated artworks by our students. So in the presentation at this point, I wish to highlight some of the efforts by our students to also recreate from waste materials in the same manner. So we have a work like this by one Evans Ojodonko. It was part of his MPhil thesis, and he calls this a struggling bull. Now, the struggling bull, he likened a struggling bull to a growing university. And for him, this represents our university. Our university was put together from an amalgamation of little campuses dotted around the country before they were brought together to form what is now known as the University of Education, Winnipeg. And so he represented those pieces of bits of campuses by pieces of discarded metals, car parts, and so on. And then, it's still struggling like every young institution, but then eventually it will stand on its 4 feet. So this is an idea that he thought these discarded images, discarded objects could be brought together, put together creatively to be something meaningful. These are other artworks by students. I'm not complete with the full details of the students and their supervisors, so I have left that in the time being, but I'll complete it in the course of completing this write-ups. But basically, these are discarded pieces of metals as well, used to create an image of a boy riding a bicycle. And these are from straws and other pieces of plastic wastes brought together to form this wonderful image. This is an eagle. And one of the objects I like most, discarded materials used to form a very huge fish spitting out or vomiting plastic wastes and other human waste. So these things that would have been otherwise be, described as disgusting, have been put together in a very beautiful way to equally make a good representation. And then we have this. This is a popular artwork by one of our past students called Esifi Banton, and he calls this Mr. President. And this is the image of our president being represented in plastic waste. And why does he decide to do that? He tells you that the president carries every load on this nation, including the responsibility to ensure that we have a clean environment. And so these are just pieces of plastic used to depict an image of our president. So in this presentation, my sole objective was to shine some light on how student artists and art educators in the University of Education, Winnipeg, are using their creativity and to some extent their influence to advance sustainable practices through art making with a view to creating a more sustainable future. Apart from the intersection between art and sustainability, as I've already explained. These efforts indeed advocate for the arts as an important player in promoting sustainable economic practices. Currently, many artists and organizations are embracing sustainable business practices, such as using renewable energy resources and minimizing waste to reduce the environmental impact. Some of these artworks are promoting sustainable tourism. In recent times, we have been collaborating with some tourism, players, and we used to showcase some of these works. And what they do is that these works showcase local culture and traditions in ways that respect and preserve the environment. Above all, these art creation practices are providing opportunities for a sustainable career choices. And that is very important for us in this country, where graduates finish school without getting jobs. And the person who created Mr. President, for example, is in serious business now, creating this kind of artworks, exhibiting all over, locally and internationally, just after people like Ibrahim Mahama, to both rid the environment of waste and also gain some employment and make some income. By providing opportunities for creative expression and cultural enrichment, the arts contribute to the well-being of individuals and communities, while also providing employment and economic opportunities. In conclusion, the art and sustainability are closely connected and both play an important role in building a sustainable future. Artists through their arts recognize the usefulness of all the constituent parts of the environment, and they show them their love through creative, sustainable practices which protect and preserve them for posterity. By using the arts to raise awareness, promote sustainable business practices, and provide sustainable employment opportunities, we can create a world that is both beautiful and sustainable. Thank you very much.
We are moving to the next presenter in the person of Dr. Alhaji Joseph Esuma. And he will be talking to us on religious tolerance and sustainable development, the use of conceptual photography.
Thank you, Prof. Hussaini, and my colleague EVC members and the students. To speak on religious tolerance and sustainable development, the use of conceptual photography. In Ghana and in Africa, we have been having clashes between the two major religions, Christians and the Muslims. In the recent past, Kumasi had one, Abu Abu, to be specific. Sekendi Zongo also had another. And in Accra, sorry. Yeah, so, and in in Accra, I think, how do you call this place? Nima also had. And from the statistics, we could know that about, out of these 4 areas, we had about 28 people dying all because of the different beliefs that we have. And as a photographer and an artist, so how can we solve this problem? Because it has been existing. The Christian Council have met on this, trying to dialogue and find ways and means of solving this. But still, we have pockets of this fight between Christians and Muslims. So in my small way, as a photographer, I decided to use conceptual photography to try solve this problem. Maybe it will go a long way to help us, if not in Ghana, if not in the world, Ghana. Right, so what did I do? I used just 2 items. And this visual culture is something everyone knows about the Muslims' water kettle and the Christians' crucifix coming together. This is a conceptual photography. That is a photograph which is driven by the concept that has been created by the artist. We all know, as soon as you see a water kettle, you associate it with a Muslim, right? And as you see the crucifix, you associate it with. Where do they meet? Never. That is the creation of the artist. So, and I am linking this with the Sustainable Development Goal 16, which talks about the peaceful and inclusive society and/or inclusive institutions. Goal 16 talks about that. This goal calls for measures to be taken to eliminate intolerance and discrimination based on religion or belief, and to promote mutual respect and understanding among different faiths and beliefs. Let me use this, my own experience on campus. There was a scholarship to be given to the service person in the photography department, and I was the service person. Now, when this scholarship came, there was another lady who had come from NAFTI to come and do her service with us. The HOD called me in presence of the lady and told me that I am a Muslim, and Muslims have questionable characters, and for that matter, he is giving the scholarship to the lady. Discrimination at its highest peak. My own example, that is my own experience, based on what they believe and my religion. Now, religious freedom provides a platform for faith-based organizations to contribute to achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals through their charitable endeavors. Now, if we have peace, if we have religious freedom, working. You see churches contributing and visiting prisoners. When they go to the prison yard, they don't look at who this person is or that. They don't consider religion. They contribute and go and give it to prisoners. They don't discriminate. If it is working, religious freedom is working, it provides that platform. Indeed, the central aspect of religious freedom is that it gives faith groups license to innovate and contribute to the well-being of individuals, as I've already said. But where this is curtailed, then there's no way this will come on. Because we also have Muslims who contribute to boreholes for a lot of villages in Ghana. Do they consider whether these people are Muslims before they create the boreholes for them? No. They give to the society. But if there's no religious freedom, do you think that this can go on? No. So, our Saudi princess, Bashmint Saud, argues that religion should not be a shield behind which we hide from the world, but a driving force that inspires us to innovate and contribute to our surroundings. Yes. So that is why I chose this topic, so that we can all, one and all, contribute to the sustainable development that we all aspire to have. Now, looking at the artwork, it promotes what? Connection and what? Tolerance between the two main religious bodies, and how this acceptance can sustain development. The artwork describes and initiates and concludes with a case study of how one faith group could be tolerant to the other opposing group. That's why we have the two items together. Because naturally or technically, they don't go together. But why are they going together now? It means that they want to create what? Tolerance between these two. The artwork depicts such faith-based activities that are facilitated by religious tolerance and freedom, and how to directly contributes to sustainable development, so that we can have a peaceful atmosphere, a peaceful environment, and live as one people. So now, how religious tolerance contribute to sustainable development? It has the potential to contribute to sustainable development in a variety of ways. For instance, having the freedom to practice religion or belief systems that focus on environment stewardship can influence individuals to take steps to protect the environment at all costs. Again, with the kind of message the artwork represents, spiritual practices such as meditation and mindfulness can help to foster respect for the community we live in, its resources, and the people who occupy it. Exactly. So, if we respect each other's beliefs and values, why can't we live? Why can't we protect what belongs to all of us and not thinking about myself or thinking about my mother or my family. Additionally, by enabling individuals to connect to their faith, religious freedom can encourage them to act with greater love and compassion towards the environment and its dwellers. Because we have the love for each other. Where will be the fight? Where will be the killing? Where will be the hate? It is indeed a thing that we must look at carefully. And I think the conceptual photograph that we have here would help. Having the right to practice one's religion can lead to increased awareness and understanding of the importance of acting in a sustainable manner, so that religious freedom can be a powerful tool for promoting sustainable development. In that case, in Ghana, we may have, hope, virtue, dependability, humility, mercy, and justice can prevail. And above all, love. So, it can enable people to express their beliefs without fear of persecution and discrimination, which would create a more tolerant, open-minded, and inclusive society. I quite remember that in my village, a Muslim man wanted to marry a Christian woman and come and see. No way out. The parents of the mother will go to the house of the man and insult them. At a point, it degenerates into fight. But eventually, nothing happened. They couldn't marry. Just because of what? The belief system. So, we believe that one might take it for granted that, now looking at the composition of the art, a deeper reflection on it means more to it. Tolerance, crucifix, and water kettle. Tolerance is what this image is talking about. And if you look at the image over there, Muslims and Christians are having discussion. This is what we are looking for. This is what we want in the society, and not the fight that have actually, caused us to be separated in so many ways. So, a spectacle from the artwork suggests that religious freedom allows individuals to make decisions based on their beliefs and values, which can lead to a more holistic decision-making and a better understanding of the long-term consequences of brutal actions that have ensued fighting between Muslims and Christians. And it's rampant even in Nigeria and other parts of the world. Must it continue? It's affecting us in one way or the other. So, we are using this conceptual photograph to tell the world that we should be tolerant to each other, so that we can live in a society that our children, those yet unborn, to come and live. This assertion has been buttressed by Ajimendua. He is of the view that religious freedom has the potential to bring positive change to Ghana, leading to sustainable development in the country. Again, assessing, and appreciating the artwork holistically could lead to more responsible and sustainable development practices. It may create a deeper sense of belonging to a community, which will lead to enhanced social cohesion and a more peaceful environment, as you can find in this image. Furthermore, understanding the artwork can create a more tolerant, open-minded, and inclusive society where different views and beliefs are respected and constructive dialogue is encouraged. All in all, religious freedom can enable positive change and contribute sustainable development in Ghana. So, this suggests that religious tolerance can create a deeper sense of belonging to a community, enhancing social cohesion and contributing to a more peaceful environment which the art work aesthetically and meaningfully projects. In conclusion, I would say that religious tolerance can have a positive impact on sustainable development in Ghana and enable positive change in the country and also the world. It is an essential part of fostering more tolerant, open-minded, and inclusive society and provides individuals with the freedom to make decisions, with the freedom to make decisions, with the freedom to make decisions, I am stressing on this, based on their beliefs and values, leading to a more responsible and sustainable development practices. Thank you.
Religious tolerance. That is what we need to coexist. Thank you, Alhaji. We are now moving to the historical realms. Yes, the historical realms. And we invite Madame Gertrude Nkrumah, yes, to address us on exhibiting culture, teaching history across time and space, lessons for the present. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Prof, for this. Thank you. So my presentation is, as he rightly mentioned, from a historical perspective. I want to look at how we can use culture in teaching history across time and space and the lessons that we can learn from some of these cultural practices that we have. So I'll just repeat my title of my presentation, Exhibiting Culture, Teaching History Across Time and Space, Lessons for the Past. And my focus will be just on the cultural practice of puberty rites and how we can learn from this historical cultural practice, even when we observe this in the past. So I'll just, as a way of introduction, just read the basis of my work. Ghana, as we know, is culturally diversified, and we do take pride in showing and exhibiting our culture and preserving it. So for me, as a history teacher, if we are dealing with this, the question that I think should be important for us, especially when we are teaching, is to talk about how we can teach students to recognize and appreciate these diverse, rich cultures and enhance their sociocultural identity, while contemporaneously developing a critical mindset in an ever-changing society, especially since we are looking at issues of in relation to global citizenship and cultural sustainability. So with the equal rights, I think from the presentations that we have had so far, one thing that I appreciate about our project, the EBC project, is how it underscores the relevance of encouraging and fostering interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach. We can learn a lot from historians, as educators, geographers, and others. Because I, as a historian, I could just resonate with a lot of things that have been mentioned right from the beginning of the program in the morning through to now. Issues like dynamics, cultural dynamics, and dealing with factual complexities when it comes to history and some of these cultural practices. And I think we can learn a lot about it from the practice of puberty rights, as we have in the Ghanaian sector. So especially for those of us that do not know about this, I just want to do a brief description or explanation of what this right is. And yesterday when we went to the museum, we got a lot of this inside. There were some pictures, unfortunately I can't show, and that talks about what puberty right is. And the inscription that it has on the museum in terms of explaining what the puberty right is that this is a practice that is observed when an individual attains the age of puberty and transitioning from childhood into adolescence. And so a number of elaborate celebrations are observed, both boys and girls, into adulthood, but there are a huge difference when it comes to the observations for both boys and girls. And Ipo is one of them, or the Akan version of Bravo. And it explains further, this is the inscription that we have on the museum, that the main aim of the rite is to train women on how to assume the role of a responsible woman in the society. And so what they usually do is to first of all start separating the young girls that ideally, and especially from a cultural, historical perspective, have reached their age of menstruation. But as we know, as it's observed today, it's not necessarily following the system. Usually we can have the rights observed for even young girls as old as, not that old, as maybe 9 years. So these may not necessarily have even reached their puberty rights to negotiate into rent. And the explanation that we got from the museum, for example, talks about how this is as a result of changes and the development from contemporary period. And so I remember that our tour guide was explaining how, because now they fear that usually the young ladies, when they reach the age that they are able to engage in sexual activities, then they may get pregnant. And so for them to forestall this, they try to initiate them as early as possible before they get pregnant. They reach the stage where they will get pregnant. But this is very interesting because in looking at it as it was explained as it was done in the past, this was not how it was done. I mean, they were you to attain to a certain age. But be it as it may, one thing that runs through whether it's done in the past or whether it's done in the present is the fact that it is grooming girls to aspire to the traditional roles of mothers and wives, right? So they would be separated from their family and stay at a confined place, and then they will be instructed and initiated by older people. In most cases, like the Queen Mother, if not your mother and your grandmother, but the Queen Mother or even the high priestesses and all of that. And then they go through so many of these rites. My reading around, and then the little interview that I did, especially about current practice, is that this is done presently. They just give about 5 or so days. So ideally, within a week, all of this practice is done. But in the past, there was a long period of time that this is done. And currently, it is also done, especially with the depot as it's practiced in the Krobo area, is presently done from May through to April, right? So that, and that is done almost every year. So yes, even though these are cultural practices, that's where of great importance in the past, is still prominent among some areas, like the Krobo area, and also among the Akans, where they are called Bragro and the rest. Courtesy Prof. Oseni, I got this picture to show about puberty rites initiation ongoing and the artist's name is A.R. Opoko. Yes, and the time is around somewhere 1957 or 56, not so sure, but just around the early parts of just after independence and all. So we can analyze it as in the past. So, and when we look at this, so it is showing the physics, of a young woman and how she's supposed to look, especially at the age of puberty, where she's entering into the time that she can be, she can go into marriage and become a mother, a wife and a mother. And then we look at the aesthetic values in terms of the things that are being used to decorate them. So we have the beads around their hips and wearing beads with their neck and all these elaborate dressing. I'm not an artist, I'm not able to describe it artistically, but we can look at this. And the woman there with kind of, this is more like the Akan version of the po, that is the Brago. The woman there is the Queen Mother, who is showing how proud she is of the girls to have reached this age and met all the requirements that they are supposed to meet before they are initiated. And we have onlookers looking at it. So perhaps for those that have not seen how this is depicted at the museum, this is the National Museum. We were there yesterday, so I wanted to take a picture of this mannequin doll that is pictured representing an initiation for a girl for the post, yes. And this is a live picture that I got from the Gadangbe website, and these are ethnic Krobo ladies. So we see the beads again, and this is around 2005, but the beads and how they are dressed and the enhancement of their bodies resonates with the earlier picture that we saw, the earlier painting. And so that means in terms of decoration and aesthetic-wise, beyond the values and all of that, these are things that historically, these are continued, right? In terms of decorations and all that. And here is a procession of the girls, a group of girls again dancing after they have gone through the rites. So this is a modern day display of these young girls and young women. Right. Okay. I also, yes, and again, so this particular explanation that I have for this picture is in the course of the celebration, they go through a lot of process and events. So one of them is what is called the Pa Wumi. It's Mokrobo, and which means tying of string. And what does this mean? It says that the Dipo Yi, which is an individual name for a girl, a lot of them is Dipo Yi, wear special string with only one reddish bead around the neck. So she's supposed to have a reddish bead around the neck and waist, and they are made to stand or step on sacred antelope skin, and this is meant to inspect their chastity by an old lady, and it is believed something will happen to the girls who gets pregnant, or the girl who gets involved in sexual activities before going through this. And they are supposed to analyze their chastity and all that. Okay. For me, I think this is very interesting. So the question that's, again, yes. So what you see here, I mean, this is not so clear, but this picture for me was very interesting, sorry. Because that's actually a child, not even 2 or so years old, and being initiated, which is really defeating the purpose that Depo was done in the past. So she's not even 5 years old. And what you see is that she's being put on a stone. It's called like the black stone, or it's more like a sacred stone to test your chastity, your purity, right? So one thing that the depot does is to groom young girls to aspire to these moral values, moral purity, which the society really endorses, especially for girls. Not necessarily the same for boys or young men, because when it comes to puberty for men, we don't have the same kind of elaborations and the same kind of emphasis and following some of these sacred things. Yes, so it's good to know about the culture. It's good to know about cultural values and connect to a cultural identity and all. So for me as a teacher, I am very much critical about how we accept this culture and how we accept what we know about this culture from a historical perspective. Do we just teach students or young ones that this is the culture and this is how it was done, so this was how it was passed on, so this is how we are doing it, right? And we have to do it because this is passed on to us. So that's the question, and which is why I had the title that I had, Exhibiting Culture, Idealizing Our Culture, but also what lessons can we learn from this? And one of the things that we encourage to do is to encourage our students in terms of their competencies, the core competencies in teaching, is to encourage our students, especially for us as historians, to develop their critical thinking skills, right? So how do we teach our students to criticize some of these things, even though it is our culture, right? And even though we are learning things from the past. What I wanted to do at this point, is it possible, was to just play a clip that our students had in terms of the Pope performance, reenacting it last week when we had a Ghana National History Day. And as a way of showing how it is very much important that we don't just teach them about the history, but we teach them to critique some of these things. So the performance is, in the performance, we will see how the girls learned more about their history, how things were done in the past, and how they were proud to pass it on, just like that, without questioning it, without negotiating identities, without trying to reconcile the past with the present. Is it possible? Yeah. You started. You send it back. You open and you just send it. Okay. Yes, sir. All right. Thank you. So this performance was, let me go back. This performance was done last week during our Ghana National History Day, and it was done by students at the secondary school level, right here in Winneba, Zion Girls. They were working about this, I mean, they are history students within the context of the theme of memorializing culture and reconciling a nation with the history. And so as we asked them to enter, it's more like a competition, and then we critique it. And they did very well because they showcased their culture in terms of the dressing and how these were passed on from generation to generation and how they were proud to accept it and continue with it. But beyond this, the critiquing aspect was not, was missing, especially how to reconcile this with you go back, with the present. And so it takes us back to our understanding of culture, and then Dr. Avi made mention of, to borrow your use of your definition for culture, the UNESCO definition, where it talks about culture, and some of the key concept that comes up has to do with complexity of culture, and that culture includes capabilities and acquired habits by a human as a member of the society. So that underscores the complexity of it. Now, in talking about culture, we're also talking about tradition. And we have scholars such as Terence Ranger, that talks about the need to critique invention of tradition. So they need to critique some of these invention of culture. So for example, he says that we should look at tradition as more of, so tradition or culture as more of inventions created to suit the period within which these traditions emerged. And that these traditions, which appear to be old, are often recent, but my emphasis is more on how its origin is sometimes invented. So it was invented by the individuals in the society at the time that this was created to suit themselves. So the question that we ask is if we are applying these cultures, these traditions that have been invented in our time, are we going to also invent it to suit the historical period within, or the historical context within which we are looking at? Because context for historians is not necessarily the same, right? The issues of the past may be similar to issues ongoing in the present, but they are different contexts, and so they need to be looked at it. So again, I like to quote in connection with the traditions, invention of traditions, for example. So where he talks about invented tradition means a set of practices normally governed by overtly or tacitly accepted rules, and of a ritual or symbolic nature, as we saw with the depot, which seems to inculcate certain values and norms of behavior by repetition, but not automatically implying continuity with a suitable historical past. And history deals with more than just continuity, right? But it also addresses the question of change throughout time, right? And then that connects with culture, again, about the dynamism of culture. Culture is also not fixed. So it connects with how historians look at it. And so, again, different historical times do present different ways of doing things and explaining and exhibiting our cultural values and identity. And so we need to look at some of these things. How do these cultural practices resonate with the present entire history and transformation of our community? So beyond just the cultural identity and the values, what else can we learn as a way of applying it to our present? So I try to do an example in terms of the poll. Beyond teaching girls to uphold social norms and values of a good wife, a good mother, which is good for the society, can we do more than with this tradition and culture by also teaching them to aspire to roles and skills that are essential in our 21st century when we are talking about global citizenship and cultural sustainability? Can we do more than just telling girls to just aspire to the roles of mothers and wives, as the cultural practice seems to encourage? Okay. And I have a lot of my students, a couple of my students in the class, second-year students, we have a class on gender and culture. So I asked them to address this issue, and I asked them to speak to the question of critiquing culture. And I think it's important that I read some of their responses. I'm not going to read everything. I'm just reading one that I thought was very striking. And this person talks about the puberty rights, and she explains that in participating in puberty rights can be a powerful way to learn and appreciate cultural practices and enhance our socio-cultural identity. And that through these rights, we gain a deeper understanding of our cultural heritage and the values, beliefs, and traditions that have shaped our society. And we can also develop a sense of belonging and connection to our community, and which can be very important for our social and emotional well-being. And then goes further to critique it and says that at the same time, it is also important to approach these rights with a critical mindset, especially in an ever-changing society. And this means questioning the meaning and purpose of the rights. So we question the meaning and purpose of the rights as it was performed then. Is it useful? Is it important now? And if it is, what can we take from it? What can we add to it? How can we negotiate these cultural identities? Examining their relevance and appropriateness to today's world and considering the potential impacts of these practices on individuals and societies. I think this, how the student critique what we can learn from some cultural practices like the depot is very useful. And especially when we want to teach our students to develop critical thinking skills when addressing some of these cultural practices. And so in conclusion, for me, I talk about what lessons we can learn, yes, beyond these, and in terms of sociocultural sustainability and education connection with global, the global connection. I say that it is useful to know about our cultural practices and then act on this knowledge to make good application of knowing about our history, culture for lifelong learning. And this calls for the critical thinking skills, which is a key component of the core competency skills that the curriculum calls on us students to apply, especially for history. And that cultural practices is not necessarily to subject them to, oh, this culture was bad or it was good, as we learned in the morning. Not a simple binary, but to also look at gray areas, nuances, and a multi-dimensional perspective where we can address these complexities. Thank you.
Afternoon once again. Thank you for your presentation. Having listened to the historical realm, I want to put you to rest. But in this one, I'll be talking about how we are going to deal with cultural plagiarism and appropriation in creating multicultural textbook for arts education. Yeah, we making a very interesting argument that this is the starting point. If we see the starting point, that two countries are going to collaborate in creating a particular textbook, we should also bear in mind that there are laws in each of these countries about the images that we get and how we use them. So how do we go by them? What is the South African law saying? The German laws, what are they saying? And the Ghanaian laws. I am not here to claim as if I'm an expert of laws, but my presentation is full of questions so that as writers, as we engage in that process, we reflect, we give a kind of reflection in that respect in dealing with the subject matter. That's going to end up in getting the textbook for the purpose of art education. Let's cast our minds on this particular imagery. This is one of the imagery or the artworks of Pablo Picasso. So looking at this image, we can say that Picasso has a realist perspective in terms of training. He was a realist. Remember, in the Renaissance time, or even before the Renaissance times, Western art was more realistic. That is the search for higher realism. Now, after he encountered some artworks from other perspective, this is what he created. He created this, we call this La Demoiselle d'Avignon. That is the prostitute of Avignon. And in this, he creates a caricaturous image of the faces, giving them a maximalized rendition and abstraction of forms in terms of the figures. And he himself told the world that he was inspired by African art. Again, this is another painting from Picasso. He calls this Woman in Hat and Fair Color, created in 1937. And again, Picasso, owes allegiance to the source, African art, that it inspired his creation. Having trained as a realist, this is where he picked his inspiration from. He created two figures in a deep, sensational kiss. But in this, if you look at it, as if there's a kind of horror in this. But in this horror, he's creating a very muse, erotic sensation of what you feel during the kissing. If you have experienced it, you know what I'm talking about. I don't know if you have experienced it, but yeah. This is another gentleman, Henry Moore. Henry Moore is also a realist. And in 1921, this is a self-portrait that he did. So you look at it, very realistic rendition of the self. But he also wanted to question the status quo. Why realism? Why always realism? And then he broke away from realism, having inspired by African art, which he proclaimed. And then he now moved. He got to a stage where he said, I'm now interested in reclining figures. Reclining figures in sculpture, it means figures that are always lying in the position. That's it. So, on the left, you see an image of a figure pouring libation. One of my favorite paintings on the far left. And it was created by Kobina Bucknor, one of the contemporary artists of our time. And Bucknor actually developed a style which he called sculptural idioms. He called this stylistic rendition sculptural idioms. Now, on the far left down is the work of Kofi Antobam. Kofi Antobam is one of the contemporary nationalist state artists. He is credited for the creation of the presidential seat and other paintings. And if you go to public buildings in Accra and even in Parliament House, his works adorn those places. So, in fact, he's one of the nationalist state artists. And that was his realistic depiction of women and kids, in the very environment. Next to it, on the left, is Professor Ernest Victor Essingin. He was then the dean of College of Art in Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. That was his surrealistic impression of somebody pouring libation there. Now, so coupled with this, it becomes evident that the Ghanaian artists have developed what we call artistic canons borrowed from Western, artistic traditions. Remember, easel painting is not an African thing. Easel painting, we paint on walls of cave, on the body. The body becomes the support. But we don't put canvases there. If you look at our body history in terms of our heart history, we don't put canvases there and draw on that. Again, it is very common that African art is purely abstract in form. We simplify the work into, even the realism, we simplify into geometric shapes. And that is our kind of, representation, which when the colonialists came into contact with, because we were not closely imitating them at the time, as they saw it, they said, this is no art, this is craft, this is mundane, this is it. Right? Great. So these artistic traditions from the West, and then those who had gone through the so-called formal art education, in terms of our artists, have also imbibed the artistic canons of how to represent a particular image. Right? So it means that there has been cultural shoulder rubbing. You give, I take. I take, you give. So our artists learned from the Western perspective in terms of artistic rendition. Again, the Western artists also learn from, the influences of African images. And these lists are not exhaustive, because I'm just going to use a very short time to deal with this. So this suggests that there is more or less cultural borrowing in terms of the artistic creation. And so when we come to cultural appropriation, it is not only about Africa or the West, everybody is involved. So how do we deal with this? It's a very complex situation. So let's look at this. In our curriculum, just as I said earlier on, in terms of trying to respond to the question that Dr. Christian Romet asked, in terms of what kind of thing how is our textbooks like, what do we aspire it to be, and what have you? I answered by saying that we have standards, and 6 major standards: creativity and innovation, cultural identity and global citizenship, communication and collaboration, digital literacy, among others. Now, this tells you that when it comes to cultural identity and global citizenship, these things have become a buzzword that almost every country is aspiring to be, global citizen. A global citizen is somebody who will be able to be very meaningful in whatever spheres he finds himself, whether in South Africa, whether in Germany, whether in Ecuador, wherever you find yourself. You need to be relevant. You don't say, I belong to this, so I do this. It is part of the visual cultural exploration, so that you become relevant. And that is the kind of education we aspire and want to see our younger generation to have. So, by inculcating cultural identity and global citizenship in the school curriculum is the way forward that we are supposed to go, and which the nation is actually hitting on. And having all this interesting discourse about geography, about space, about history, the visual art aspect, and how we're going to use power of images to create that multicultural textbook. A question that begs for answers is, in creating that art-based textbook in the multicultural artistic impact, how do we address the legal issues as well as the social consequences that comes with cultural plagiarism and appropriation in terms of the acceptability in those particular cultures where the images are coming from? Because they all have their laws backing them. So how do we deal with them? In this particular presentation, I will respond to cultural plagiarism and appropriation synonymously. I'll use them synonymously, but there's a thin line between them. So cultural plagiarism is basically taking someone's cultural artistic expression, be it tangible or intangible, without their consent, and profiting from that art. I emphasize that one, and profiting from that art. That has become the center, that has become the contention. Why are people clamoring, or if you like, so strong about this cultural plagiarism? Because they think there's lots of credit and profit to the original source where the art is created. For example, if the artwork, in terms of its artistic tradition, is coming from, say, South Africa or Germany, and I am sitting in Ghana here, taking it hook, line, and sinker and producing, it means Germany is not benefiting from that thing, and they are losing. And what is happening in Africa, our motifs, our designs are taken by the Chinese people and printed on large scale. Something that was printed in China, they bring it to Africa, and they say it's African print, which is a misnomer. So it is not African print. It is Chinese print, sold on the African market. So they are profiting on our images, on our creation, on our artistic tradition. So that is one of the main stuff that people raise in terms of that. And then we have uninformed cultural interpretations. That is to say, taking the image and putting it out of context. Because some images have some sacred Whether you like it or not, it has some sacred connotation. It has a specific context in which it is used. You may use it out of context, and when you do that, in some cases, it may be insult to that culture that created it. And so you need some guidance. And that is why it is important that in trying to interpret that particular image, you need the perspective of the indigents in order to articulate your view. I remember when we tried to interpret the German flag and the imagery, we were looking more of the formal element, artistic element, rather than the conceptual focus of the artist who created it. So if we have listened to the perspective of the artist, then we can get multi-perspective of the work, and we can get a better understanding. Else, if we, in the Ghanaian context, try to put this, or try to interpret it, we will put it out of context. Yes, that is what happens in museum. You stand in the museum and say, you look at the artwork, you engage, and based on what you get from it. But remember, in certain specific contexts, we need to consider, because artworks in Africa has social, cultural, political, emotional, aesthetical contexts. And above all, they are educational. So, people also believe that once you look at images or you pick it without acknowledging the source and using it and profiting it, you are looking down on the culture of others. For example, when the colonialists came into contact with African art, they said it is mundane, it is grotesque, it is craft, anti-art. And if you read Colin Wood, 1958, in his philosophy of art, he says a lot about that. Danto and Plato and whatever the philosophers, they never considered African art as worthy of emulation or something of copying, of taking after. And so when this happened, it produces a kind of cultural stereotyping. And that leads to more of, okay, these people are this, these artworks are this, don't like this or that. And so this gave birth to what we called the cluster theory of art. When we're trying to look at, then what then is art? Because if you see only what you have is art, what then is art? Have you considered the perspective of other cultures, what they think art is? Because it's so key. And so Gatt, in 2000, came up with what we call cluster theories of art, in which he enumerated about 10 major characteristics of what he considered as art. And in that context, what he did was looking at definitions that scholars upon scholars, including Danto and Aristotle, have put together, and trying to bring out that, okay, this is the salient thing they are talking about. So he brought those 10 characteristics, which makes something artwork. And that definition to me is more of, it's all encompassing, trying to put everybody in the circle so that we all feel belonging in terms of what we create as artists. So, in terms of cultural appropriation, just as I said, it is taking somebody's culture and using it without their consent and profiting from it. Other scholars call it cultural apartheid. Yes, cultural apartheid. You may agree or disagree in this context. It's like segregating those culture. Okay, this artwork is not good, so you are segregating it and promoting what you think is good on them. And this is what Kwame Nkrumah, in his speech in 1963 at the Institute of African Studies, he made an allusion to that. He said the colonialists did that in order to prolong colonial domination over the people of Africa, so that they feel inferior about the artworks that they create, that it doesn't come closer to categories what we call artworks. And once that happens, it is a way of exploiting the culture. You are exploiting that culture because it's about power politics, supremacy, lording what you think is right over others. That if it is a beauty is supposed to look at in this particular context. And if you look at beauty in this perspective, it is wrong. For example, our Ghanaian classic, and for example, African classics, in Western scholarship, is considered as costume. And anytime you consider something as costume, it is anti-fashion. And costume is used for performance dress. For example, if I'm performing on this stage as a theater person, in that context, I am, using that. Now let's look at the suit. I have spoken about this in terms of the suit. What has changed about the suit is the lapel size, the notch positioning, the slimness of cards. That is basically what has changed. But it remained the suit, and it is considered as a contemporary dress. So when you do that, by doing that kind of cultural exploitation, it means you are being insensitive. That is what the other culture, that is the minority culture, will see it. You are being very insensitive. And just as I've said, this is how to do it. Deal with power relations, using the artwork as a powerful influence over the others, that this is it. In 1927, when Achimota, that's the premier place where art education began. The early contemporary artists of Ghana, that's where they schooled. And at the time, if you are a student and you don't do realistic works, you are not accepted. Said, no, you don't belong here. And interestingly, we had one expatriate called Mereret. Mereret came and he said, I have stayed in part of South Africa and I have experienced the art. And so he came to enforce that kind of pure African artistic expression. And he tried to establish what we called African Social Sciences Center, where we're going to deal with the production of functional and decorative needs for the people. And according to sources, the British targeted him. And so, it's no more. After that, his wife succeeded, him, and that's it. So it's about power relation. Now let's look at all this. The central idea is that the use, that one mix of what is appropriated, is so key. The use, in terms of the profit you're going to gain from it, at the expense of the originators of that particular thing. And so the question that we have to deal with is that, okay, internally in this particular nation, Ghana, if you pick a particular artwork and you misappropriated it, or then we can deal with it, the laws can deal with it. But if somebody is outside the country and he does that, which institution deals with that? Because our laws does not cover that. Our laws, it works within the confines of Ghana. It doesn't go beyond Ghana. And so how do we deal with that? Is it WIPO in Germany that deals with that? The World Intellectual Property Organization, is that organization that deals with that? And you show as the headquarters, right? Is that the headquarters that deal with that? Who talks for that? And that is why we should be safeguards. That is why we should be gatekeepers of acknowledging the source of whatever we have picked a particular artwork imagery for. And to do that, let's look at forms of cultural appropriation. Cultural appropriation, according to Young, 2000, has about 5 major categories. But let's bear in mind that all involve outsiders taking something from a culture other than their own. That is, taking it is not necessarily wrong, but have you given reference to it? Are you profiting from it at the expense of the other? That's it. So he classified them as 5, and one is material appropriation. Material appropriation in this context refers to the tangible, aspect of it, that's the physical artworks. For example, in terms of Africa, we talk of the Benin bronze and other artworks that were looted and taken ashore. And that is why today people are clamoring for what we call restitution, that bring back our artwork. I remember when we were in Museum Continente, there were some kind of debate like that they want a particular work to be returned to a particular place. And the German television, Deutsche Welle, has done a very huge documentary on that particular restitution issue. And so restitution is a very big issue in Africa. In Ghana, the Golden Stool, when the Ashantis and the British had the war, the Golden Stool, which is the seat of the Asante Kingdom, was taken away. And that is also restitution, taking it away without bringing it. It's theft. cultural appropriation is basically theft. A vie. In account, we say a vie. That's it. So we look at the other aspect, that's the non-material appropriation. That is the intangible aspect. For example, our Anansi stories. Right? And then there's a particular song that one of the Ghanaian musicians did. And trying to look at this topic, I realized that he copied the rhythm, hook, line, and sinker. I have no idea if he contacted the artist in Ivory Coast. The song is Ejo nyami odimafo ampo oyadeye mebi sadi amamio wanji mi sika wanji mi ntuma wanji mi bribia odi achemi ko. I don't know how to sing, don't look at me. Now, this rhythm was taken straight from Ivory Coast. So the musician in Ghana just put lyrics to it and sang it. The rhythm, the melody is coming from Ivory Coast. This is cultural appropriation. Right? And it happens, a lot of stuff. And then there are some, if you are an ethnomusicologist and you went to a particular place to go and record them, and you are not using it for academic purpose, but rather profiting from it, you are doing what we call cultural appropriation or cultural plagiarism. You also mentioned stylistic appropriation, and I mentioned the easel painting. The easel painting, that is a tradition that is not purely Ghanaian, and we have learned from that. And then realism. African arts are abstract in nature, and we are now forcing to do the realistic art, right? So, is that also cultural appropriation? And the answer is yes. Then we have motif appropriation. That is what I spoke, the images I spoke about early on, that of Picasso and more. They look at the type form, they borrow some ideas in terms of figurines, and then try to use it. Then we have subject appropriation. Subject appropriation has to do with the subject matter, the themes that run in the work. So the big question we ask ourselves is everything about cultural appropriation wrong? These 5, are they all wrong, morally wrong? The answer is no. Some are okay, some are beneficial to us. Because if you look at section 12 of the Act 690, that's the Copyright Act of Ghana, it talks about things that can be copyrighted. And it also deals with what we call fair use. Fair use. If you use the thing for academic purpose, that is okay. You give reverence where reverence is due. That is okay. Nobody is going to, the law, you're okay with the law. Right? And if you don't do that, you go to section 43 and 44. It tells you the sanctions that go with doing that. And in terms of our folklore are basically culturally, dominant, or like accepted thing that we use, like stories and whatever. And nobody owns it. It is communal. It is for the community. And according to the Act 690, it is the president who holds in trust for that. So if you are going to use the folklore, you pay royalties to the government because they are cultural, objects. That none, in terms of Ghanaians, can claim ownership, but it's for the community. Because at the initial stages of our artworks, the art were communal. They were made for the purpose of the community, and you don't sign that this is my work. So cultural artifacts are communal properties, just as I've said. And in terms of section 12, as I've mentioned early on, it talks about duration. For example, if I have created a particular artwork, be it musical piece or whatever, and if I'm going to spend 82 years for the whole of my life until if I die, 70 years after, it is after my death, 70 years before somebody can go and pick it. And so I think the law was created to bar laziness. So that you're not going to wait. So 82 years after I've passed on, 70 years plus, before you say you're going to claim it and now make it your own. Right? So that is it. And I'm sure it may be similar in other countries. So in terms of cultural appropriation, these are considerations we need to look at. There are moral aspects. In terms of the moral aspect, we're talking about if it's subject appropriation, motive appropriation, and whatever, that is okay. Because that is what artists do. We are influenced by what we see in other cultures. By making reference to it, that is cool. That's cool. And it doesn't make your work less. It's rather make it, give it more cultural dominance and inclusion and acceptability. And apart from that, I've mentioned some legal regimes that operate in terms of our laws. And the world itself, we should see it as a multicultural society. And those in digital aspect, technology call it a global world, or if you like, a global village. So things are just tiny, right? But all we need to bear in mind is that the purpose for which that particular image has been taken, the intent, in law we will say the mensura and the actus reus, the intention and what the act you have done, and the intention behind it is what makes it sinful, or what makes it a crime or something. So the intention and the use, either you profit yourself or whatever. Now, in terms of cultural appropriation, what we need to look at is that it operates. In terms of these theories, we call something trickle down. So it's always cultural supremacy from the top. Okay, the colonial masters on the colonialists like this. So it is trickle down. And then it also trickles up. That we too can pick something from here, the colonialists also, the colonial, or in this context, people who are down, or the minority group also pick something from up, without also referencing, which is also wrong. And then, due to the proliferation of the internet, it trickles across. It's within a twinkle of an eye, it goes all corners, and everybody can see that image, and everybody's copying. You give people work, and they just go and copy this person, and then bring it. So it trickles across. That is the process through which this cultural appropriation, grows. And it is moving so speedily in terms of the trickle across. And that is why the quote from Kubert, 1998, is going to be a guide, something to remind us of our endeavor in trying to create a multicultural textbook, which he says, the moral judgment of the whole concept of cultural appropriation, however, cannot be determined based purely on what is being borrowed, adopted, and the impact they have vary, because they have varied impact. And so in our quest of training the younger generation or the current generation to become global citizens where they are relevant in every aspect, obviously we'll be borrowing from artistic ideas. We'll be having cross-cultural perspective. We should know that once we are training global citizens, we are on our way in building cultural bridges for unity of purpose and development, and not for our cultural use, our self-use, to profit over the original culture that created a particular thing. Thank you so much for your attention. At this juncture, we have 2 more presentations, but my checks indicate that those presentations, the presenters are not here. And so we will invite questions at this juncture, and then we move on. So we are at Q&A session.
Young as 2 years are even negotiated into this country is not the right. So as much as they are teaching, they should make them know that the right is for adults, adolescent growing. Because I don't think any child 2 years old can remember when she grows up that I was taught how to sleep with a man. I was taught how to wash my hands at that stage. So it means all initiate these young children into what they themselves don't know what they are doing. That's my contribution.
Any other contribution? Yes. Your name, please. You are? Once again, your name. Richard what? Aha, that's what I'm interested in. Thank you. Okay, thank you. In terms of music, if you look at the categorization that I spoke about, artistic media can be in two forms, tangible and intangible. And music itself is intangible. But if it's placed on CD, the CD then becomes tangible, so we can touch it now. So in terms of difference, that is it, right? We have the material one, and then the second one that I mentioned, which is the intangible aspect of it. And so in terms of categorization, that is the difference. But the most important thing is that when you borrow from a particular culture, just give reference, right? That is, in this university, we follow the APA referencing style, which we use. It means that whatever material that you cite or you come into contact with, which you have used in your work, you cite. That's all. When you do that, you are free. You are free. Don't make it your own. That's it. Any other question? So, this question is attacking Dr. Usman. Dr. Usman, come.
So why the crucifix and the water bottle? You mentioned that you're using the conceptual photograph. And how do we really reach the core of the matter? I mean, we have layers and phonetics. How do we, and to a large extent, get it? How do we get to the phonetics? Because they are the initiators and the organizers of whatever can be in the community as far as their English groups are concerned. And I asked already, why the crucifix in the water kettle? Why not any other thing? We have the Bible, we have even the prayer beads for the Muslim also. Even with the crucifix, not everybody uses it as a Christian. So why specific items?
That's okay. All right. Yeah, conceptual photography, right? You know, a photograph is an art piece. You know that? Yeah, because I quite remember Ma 1945 when he was trying to define photography, said that if it is used merely as a technical process, it is an adjunct to science. But if, listen to this part, but if it is used to express, and since all expressions are emotional, they cannot avoid the use of art. I use these two items because one, water kettle is known to be used by Muslims. Even though he said that some Christians don't use the crucifix, it is believed. How many of the Christians don't celebrate Easter? How many of them? So that's why I use the two items, all right? Yeah, I didn't use Quran and the Bible. That is my choice. I'm an artist, right? So I was expressing my emotions as to how I can get to the heart of the people. Okay? That's why I use that. Thank you. Follow up.
And I'm saying that if you want to really penetrate these people, which is us, and then we know belief system is learned. As much as we all learn it, whatever we say, we learn it. So, and I know how especially with the Muslim religion, how they really pay prominence to the imams and their elders, same as Christians. But I'm going to speak for Muslim. I'm not a Muslim. So why you chose that? But for a fanatic to say that, why do you make water? Why do you create a kettle and then you throw up a crucifix around it? Someone could even use that as a means of even creating a problem. Because right now, how do you then explain that I'm not trying to really undermine you, but I'm trying to create unity? How do you say that? So one will not say that you have undermined me, in a sense, that you use this and this day you look together, and then it's like I'm wrapped around, and you didn't wrap that one around me. How do you explain that?
If I didn't wrap the crucifix on the water kettle, what again? So that's what I'm saying, that as an artist, so I've told you, I've already answered you. As an artist, that's how I chose to represent my artwork. Beautiful. Now,
How do you penetrate?
Yes.
How do you tell a parent who believes that if you are trying to create unity, you don't bring two objects where one maybe looks bigger than the other? This is just a thought. How do you explain?
You see, I didn't use the no wait. Oh, I didn't use tasbih, right? I know Muslims have tasbih, right? The mantra, and then so I could have used that, and then, but at least I wanted the clarity, to be there. That's why I used the water kettle. But now, you see, Muslims, artists, we do exhibitions, right? And during exhibitions, we answer questions like this, some of these things. So, if I want to penetrate into the heart of the people, that's what I'm going to do. Thank you.
Okay, briefly add that I had actually wanted to ask the same question, because doing a brief, let's say, visual analysis of the photograph, I felt one item that dominates more than the other. So if you can have a balance in the intention of the petal, I'm sure it's
Okay, more questions.
This is for you guys.
Another attack.
So I saw students' works from the department if you're all in. Some of them are even no more there. We can't find them. I can't situate them because somehow during my service time I helped man the gallery, so I saw some of the works that were in the department. But some of them, like we did not really regard them to that sort, and now we don't really know where they are. But here lies the case now, they are playing some importance. And so how, from moving on, I can't speak about what is wrong, but moving on, how do we really relate? How do we keep record these kind of works that are of prominence? Because to some level, if you are just equating them by just aesthetics, some may look more beautiful than the other, but they also play a role in the community. How do we keep them? And it's like, that's also a problem that the department has. So how do we move on?
Where is Dr. Podo? Did you hear the question? You didn't get the question? Okay. Then I'll repeat it to you. You realize that the pictures I showed, some of them don't have the artist names, but I want details on them. So happened that the works were no more there. So I couldn't even get them and then do further investigations on them, who created this work, and get the artist statement, because they do all those things. I'm yet to do that anyway, because I have the pictures. Fortunately for me, I had the pictures. And so I used them for this work. And by me using these pictures here in this presentation, indicate the value I place on them. And maybe I'm not the only one who places such values on them. And so along the line, we got one MPhil student to design a kind of repository where we are going to document some of these things, Obviously, we don't have the space for storing them, but then we can get them digitally stored. These days, that is done. And so, yes, your observation is true. It has been like that for a very long time. And for some of us, sometimes it breaks our hearts to see some of these wonderful works going waste. You look for them, the next day we can't find them. And there are issues beyond our control. But then, right now, I think the consciousness is there, and we have started documenting some of them. There were very many and very interesting, but then because we don't have space for them, as soon as new ones come, we shove the older ones away and all of that. So I think HOD, we should see how we are going to store some of these because they are very, very important. In fact, I would have wished that after this presentation, you take the visitors to the place to see these works physically, you know. These are the works we were talking about, but they are not there. Your concern is genuine, and I think you have to do something about it. Thank you.
Any more questions? Yeah. You are able, right?
Yes. Yes. With the cultural appropriation issue, I realized that the key, should I say, differentiator in terms of whether it's wrong or it's right is the term profits. Now, profits, does it only relate to money? If not, what other means as profits as in terms of appropriating culture or it's only about money?
This attack is for me. Yeah, as you rightly said, cultural appropriation, in terms of profiting from it, is not only into monetary terms, but in terms of saying that this, if you do that without referencing, it means that artistic, if you like, tradition or way of representing something is yours. You own it in terms of academics or whatever, but that is not true. So if you do that, you are gaining a noisy reputation for yourself for somebody else's creative stuff, which is theft. Right? Yes, you have created a unique way. I remember one professor in tech, he created a technique which he calls acamism. Right? That technique he used to render his work. And then you're also creating, and then you go and pick that one. And then, because you are in UW, you say that's your technique. That's a V. Just give reference that I have borrowed from this, I have borrowed from this, to create my own. That's rather give a lot of weight to your work, rather than claiming ownership of what somebody else has created. More questions, please. Yes. Okay. That school of thought, I'll go straight to ends to deal with it. It's not just restitution, but for example, if it is at Museum Continente, you have made huge profit. How long has it been there? You have made huge profit. So share the profit. What do you say to that?
Well, I think in this specific context, you have to look at the specific case. And it is all the case about the so-called Benin process, because there was a clear historical fact. So the British came, they destroyed the Benin kingdom, and they robbed all this Benin process or more artworks, and they brought them to London, ironically, to finance their expedition, the so-called punishing expedition, and then they sold them to other museums in Europe and in America, and through this auction, all these Benin processes are spread in the Western world, in Europe and in Latin America. There was no direct, the British had their profit because they sold them. Okay. If a museum didn't acquire such an object, they had not a worse situation, because it is not a question of profit of museums. Museums are non-profit organizations. Of course, if there is a museum which has wonderful marine process, of course they get money from this. Because they attract an audience coming to the museum. So the question of profit is a quite complicated issue in respect to historical processes. It is easier, I think, in the concrete situation. So, for instance, which is always in my mind if we talk about this appropriation, is we have this big chemistry companies. They produce, or pharmacy companies. They produce medicine on the base of indigenous knowledge, for instance in Brazil or in Africa. And they make a lot of profit out of it without referring to this and without giving any of this profit back to gather knowledge. And this is also, for instance, related to water resources. So there are so many really resources that are in this capitalistic system related to a clear profit thinking. And I think this is also a kind of level of importance. And then we have immediately what you mentioned, the question of power included. So there are the big companies who can allow to do this practice, and others they don't have any powers, they cannot resist. So I think, I don't know whether this was an answer to the question.
Any other? Philip, you have some questions for us? Yes. Chair. Any questions? Restitution? Because you are leading the restitution agenda in South Africa, you remember?
No, I'm not, but it is a very difficult situation at the moment because many of the countries who host these objects from Africa or anywhere else in the world do not want to give back. Countries like Angola as well are trying to give back many of their artifacts. And the argument is that the countries that it has to go back to are not adequately, could not adequately house these objects. So countries who now have those appropriated objects are demanding letters of extended loans from those particular African countries or Brazilian countries, etc., in order to keep them and say they will maintain them and then it's open to the world. But there's so much that one can learn from the idea of give and take and what really belongs to you. I can say that the University of Victoria has a particular collection. Hopefully you'll see that. It's the Mapungubwe collection of bone objects, the elephant, etc. And Mapungubwe itself, in return, the community were given a remade version of all.
Oh, okay, I was not on the mic. Ernst is presenting one of the books to you for, a copy of the department. Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. As I said, as chair of the Exploring Visual Culture project, on behalf of my colleagues who make up that entire committee of absolutely dedicated individuals, I want to say thank you to you as young learners. Thank you for the opportunity that you have provided to us to try and develop a text for you, as well as your future generations, as well as for colleagues in Germany, that you are actually contributing in a very, very large way to the manner in which we think in the manner in which we are actually deciding on things on your behalf and with you, in how we're going to transcribe ideas of togetherness, in how we teach art education. It is an enormous task to try and think on behalf of 2 continents. Africa is not a country. It is a continent. Ghana is part of that continent. So you have become the symbol or the beacon on behalf of Africa, just as Germany is doing the same for Europe. So these are very, very complex platforms on which we are deciding to tread. And we need your help in order for us to be guided through this journey, because you have cultural knowledge that would assist us in thinking through and adding deep conversations into the text that we are going to write. And it is through your professors, and I apologize for calling them by their first names because it's about familiarity, not just the academic version of professors, but we have become a family of individuals. And on that basis, I would like to thank Patrick Osiani as well as Ebenezer from Ghana, apart from Gertrude, Joseph, who have participated in a slightly peripheral fashion. But these are the young people who will eventually take over from the older generation, like Patrick Osiani and Ebenezer and ourselves, because you are the persons who are the leaders of the flock, not us. We are simply guided by you. So we thank you from the deep bits of our heart that we have for giving us this opportunity, one, to visit your country and appreciate who you are in terms of your identity, your cultural values, and who you are as a person who exists within the global village. And it is because of you that we are here. So I thank you for that.
Okay, so once the chair has spoken, I think the program has come to an end. We want to thank you so much. Unfortunately, the notice for you to come here was so short. It came at a very short notice, but you have been able to be here. We believe you have learned, because we have all learned a lot. You can follow up with, continue with this discussion as we move from here. If you have anything to want to know about EVC, you can go to explore-evc.org. That is our website. And we are also here to answer all the questions. And on the panel, there are 8 of us from UEW. And all of us have our inputs there. You can read us. We have some contributions there. You can read about us and the other members of the panel, and it will be so beneficial. So thank you very much for coming, and God bless us all.